see this. Whoops. Whoops. There we go. It's alive now. Audio is still probably weird, but yeah, just tell me if I got... Oh wait, I didn't turn on the fucking game audio. There we go. Now you can hear the birds. Is the game audio too loud? It's Mario, you damn straight. Figured I'd play some normal Mario while we have these freaks here. It's great. Great. Fantastic. Alright, so here's the deal. We're gonna look for some more freaks. Sort of passively. I'm gonna play through this game a little bit. I didn't put the Discord link in the title, so fuck it. I'm putting it in the chat again. Boom. There it is. It's in the chat again. Fill that bitch up. And I'll give you guys like 5 minutes. I'll give you guys like 5 minutes to put some freaks in there. In the meantime, I'm gonna play regular Mario. Let's do this. Yeah, Mario, yeah. Hi, Mario from Mario 64 that Kanjin is playing. Something kind of positive about that. Is this the old version of Mario? Yeah. You know, we've all played the new version. Figure gotta play the old version. The one with the Toad statue. I wish they left that in to the final release. This time, Kanjin, I had some freaky thoughts. Well then, better line up. I've just been shy to share. Can you not wall jump, out of there we go. It was just an issue of skill. Yeah! Alright, let's actually go into the castle. Why does he sound like that? So, in the beta, these were his actual voice clips. I made one lie up. This is not regular Mario 64. This is the beta of Mario 64. So like DM to print is one thing. To say your odder thoughts are more bonker ones to like 40 plus people, that feels crazy. Well, it is why it's hard to find freaks. It does require bravery to say something actually freaky instead of some stupid ass shit. Alright, let's go into the castle. Yeah, buddy. Alright, I leave it up to Twitch chat. Which place should I go to first? How was VR chat talk to freaks? I wasn't there to see it. How'd it go? Oh, it went well. Some dude screamed the N-word at the end and crashed the game. That's basically the only thing I remember from that, other than there was a guy dressed as a monkey jumping up and down for food going, "Hungry, hungry," and that was kind of funny. But basically, I thought everyone was gonna really be chomping at the bit to share their thoughts, but they didn't. They were like, "Oh, I don't know, I don't want to say nothing." So it was pretty unsuccessful. There was one person at the very end who, well, first they inexplicably bitched on me. They were just like, "I've been fucking ignoring you the whole time." But then, like, they started opening up about some robot sex thing, and I was like, alright, like, yeah, do that. And then they were getting into it, and then that guy who yelled the N-word and then crashed the game showed up, and I was like, yeah, snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. So that was pretty sad. Alright, let's go into the painting. We're in Penguin World now. This is where Pangus takes place. Here. Give me that. Give me the Pangus. I can't get him. This is going to be the first great challenge of the beta. This is why they changed the level in later releases. Now this is impossible. Come on, give me the penguin. Give me the penguin. Alright, I got him. Now, where do I bring him? Probably over there. No! What? No! Come back! Penguin! That sucks. I loved you short. You and Joe work really well together. I'm very excited for Pangus. Oh, well. Okay, I won't say any more than that. Well, I could say what I've already told people, which is, all I'll say is Pangus has a slow start. But that's it. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say about Pangus. No, give me that. Give me that. What are you doing? There we go. You need to go in here. Oh, I lost him. Alright, I'll get 1 star, and when I get 1 star, I'll see what freaks are here. Hey, there's a star right there. But that doesn't count. Oh, we don't... And it's pure skill. No, no, Mario! I can save it. I can't. I can't stop this. Oh, great. Now I go to hell. Give me that. This is pretty tragic. His scream, yeah, that's the classic works of Mel Blanc. Where the freaks at? Alright, I won't get a star. I'll see what freaks are in. Okay, we'll start with this one. Just say something to test it out to see if the stream people can hear you.
Yeah. Testing 1, 2, numero uno.
Can you people hear him?
I can hear myself, I think, because I just opened up Twitch.
Can't hear this freak? Yes? Everyone's saying yes except for one person.
Hear me. Whoever... Pancake Dinner cannot hear me, apparently.
They're all saying yeah. Maybe you just have low volume. I'll turn up your volume to 200%.
Also, I could just do my microphone setting. Yeah, just I have an HyperX, so there you go.
Yeah, that's pretty good. All right. What do you have on your mind?
What do I have on my mind?
Yes.
The fact that the Sonic shoes are $115. That's what I have on my mind.
The Sonic shoes?
Yeah, for the movie.
For the movie?
Yeah, cause like apparently I forget which brand it was. Let me look it up real quick. Oh, it's apparently they're like a pair of Puma shoes that are basically made on Sonic. But for the actual shoes, let me see.
I'm like, what? So Sonic wears shoes, just his shoe, the shoe design from the movie?
Yes. But oh, Fila, I don't know how to pronounce it, but yeah, Fila, they sent out an actual Sonic shoe to wear.
Oh my god, Why
It's
don't you
115.
feel yourself some bitches? How about that? I'm sorry, it was too
Truly.
easy. And now I'm gonna kill you.
Yeah,
Goodbye.
please do.
Alright, so the freaks, talking to freaks works. Alright, we got another one. We got another freakazoid. Alright, what it is.
Dungeon.
Am I coming through?
Yeah.
Oh wait, shit, 1 second.
Hold up a second. Let me turn you up. Because I can't hear shit. Alright,
I'm sorry.
okay.
So, you know, had my birthday on the 31st.
Did any freaky shit happen on your birthday? Did it make you think about anything insane that you wouldn't normally talk about in regular conversation?
Dude, you gotta like lock this up, man.
Yeah.
I just walked in. Figure myself out.
Listen,
Oh,
I'm very
yeah.
ambitious. I go
Yeah,
for the kill immediately.
Yeah, it's just everything that's going on with the Hunter laptop situation. It's getting retarded.
The Hunter laptop situation?
Yeah.
What's going on with that?
Essentially, a long time ago, someone got a hold of Hunter Biden's laptop, and well, of course, the media denied that any of it was real, and then, oh, would you look at that, right? Like a year after his Biden's election, oh, would you look at that? It's been confirmed.
So, what's going on with the laptop? Why did they... What's on the laptop?
Stuff like there was a picture of him doing coke with one of Obama's kids, like with the credit card and all that.
Wait, which kid? This is important. This is salacious, juicy gossip.
It was one of the daughters.
There's only daughters. I don't think Obama has any sons.
It was one of the daughters, and then there was another one where it was he supposedly made a deal with was it Chinese energy companies and all that jazz. It's retarded.
What's he doing this all on a laptop for? Who found this laptop?
I have no idea, but whoever
Who found the laptop?
Wait, shit, was that my laptop? I
Wait,
think it was
No.
mine, actually.
is there more than one? Oh, I forgot to put the limiter in here. Get the fuck out of here, you maniacs! Out! Out! You're done.
Bye.
I'm putting the fucking limiter on here. I forgot to do that.
yeah.
Hold on. There, user limit 1. Wait, 1 user. Okay. Now,
Yeah, but it's so sad, you know. The truth could have gotten out, but no, they had to cover for Biden.
I mean, I guess, but like, I'm sort of like, I am curious as to how, covering up his son's weirdo laptop is like, I get it in the basic sense that like people are kind of dumb, so if they're like, oh, this other person that isn't even this guy, I guess they're the same guy.
Essentially, they're covering it up so Biden could have gotten elected.
Do you
probably
think he
more stuff
would
on
have? Do
there,
you
though.
think he would have not gotten elected if they found his son's weird laptop with
If
hookers?
it was acknowledged at that time, yes.
I'm gonna be real with you. I don't agree. I don't think like I don't disagree that it was like covered up if it's true, but I think that I'm very honestly convinced that the reason Biden won was because of COVID and not necessarily because his son is a good boy.
Well, that would have definitely dampened it. I
It
mean,
would have, sure, but it's sort of like you also have to take into account there's like, in my personal view, there is true outrage and then there is grifter outrage. I think
yeah.
when people saw the laptop or whatever, there'd be a lot of grifter outrage where you say like, I'm so pissed about this. I'm
Yeah.
fucking pissed. And then when it comes time to vote, it's like, well, I don't really care. That's sort of like
Yeah.
the difference between, you know,
Actual-
because like again, if there was no COVID, I do truly believe that Trump would have won. But when people
Oh,
are
yeah, of
scared,
course.
they don't want a bomb thrower. In the, you know, the people like a bomb thrower, we're blowing up the White House type of character when everything's Gucci. But when things are bad, they kind of want someone to be like, lead us and tell us it's all right. And then all you get is like, my fucking opponent is so gay and such a noob, and basically he's fucking sucked. And it's like, when people are scared, they don't want to hear that. Like they want,
I mean, we
the,
literally have an old man. You know, Grandpa got his keys and is currently driving around wildly.
I mean, I know what you're saying, but in fairness, isn't Trump also like, aren't they like a year apart?
Are they? I
Or,
don't think.
or am I mixing that up with Bernie? That might have been Bernie.
I think Bernie is older than Biden.
But yeah, yeah,
Bobby.
Bernie's a year older, but they're both. I know this is true. I know for a fact that Trump and Biden were both the oldest presidents to do it. It's just an old people's club. I mean, I get the Biden shit because he definitely looks the part. He definitely speaks the part, you know? Sometimes he'll say shit and you're just like, oh man.
It just says something like, "Oh yeah, we'll use chemical weapons in kind if Russia decides to use them." And then his White House is scrambled.
Was that
Yeah.
on the Biden? Was that on his son's laptop?
No, that was the thing he said. In real life, he was asked the question, "Oh, what would happen if Russia used chemical weapons?"
I want to ask you. I want to ask you about it. Hunter Biden. Do you think that? Do you think that Hunter Biden should be normal? Because I feel like he should be extremely fucked up. I feel like
he is fucked up. That's
yeah,
the thing.
but I feel like that's what makes sense here, right? If he was a guy who wasn't doing cocaine and whatever the fuck else is on there, I'd honestly be highly suspicious because like his dad's the president. Didn't his brothers die? Like, isn't I imagine
I think there was
yeah?
a joke going that there might be a theory going around that he killed his brother so he could fuck his wife.
I mean that's pretty fucked up.
I mean,
And now you're like, and now you're Hunter Biden, and because your dad's the president, you get to, you know, people are saying, yeah, you killed your brothers to like fuck their wife. It's like I imagine his life's insane, like his life is so twisted.
no, the crack and the cocaine seems to help a bit.
I mean,
No man,
I'm
I
gonna
don't
be
buy
honest
for a
with you.
second
If
that he's clean.
if my dad became the fucking president, I would probably very seriously consider doing cocaine with the Obamas. Like that seems like it won't fix my problems, but God, I need to deal with something. Like, damn. I So, I don't know. I don't know anything about the laptop and stuff, but if everything you say is true, I feel like that could very easily be me if my father was the president. I would just be like, fuck it, you know? What's the worst thing cocaine can do? Kill me?
What's the worst thing? What's the worst that could happen? I could, I might accidentally do something that I will regret later on down my life.
I might accidentally die and rid myself of this mortal coil and dealing with all this bullshit.
I was going to say something, and I'm like, no, that would get you in trouble.
Damn. All right. Well, on that note, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for informing me of the laptop. And, you know, next time the Obamas or the Obama daughters, I don't know if Barack Obama does cocaine or not. I don't know if that was specified.
I don't know, but
you know.
I mean, Michelle is a man, so what else could go wrong?
Is Michelle a man? Wait a minute. This is a big revelation. Is Michelle a man?
That's the theory. But I'll let you
who came up with that theory? I'm very curious though. Who came up with that theory?
I'm gonna leave you on a cliffhanger.
A cliffhanger? All right.
Yeah.
I'll chew on that. All right. See ya. Goodbye.
Bye bye.
Alright, so learned a lot of interesting things. There's like a laptop. And I guess Hunter Biden does crack. No, that one is just straight up false, so Hunter Biden doesn't do crack. Alright. You know, it's times like these I wish I could just bring Hunter on and be like, you know, let's just put it to bed. Do you do crack? Because I'm sure he'd be forthcoming with me. Do you think Hunter Biden would be honest with me? I feel like with all the shit he has to put up with, if he did actually do crack, there's more than like a 0% chance he'd just be like, you know what, yeah, I do crack. I was being kind of flippant, but I'm dead ass when I honestly wouldn't blame him if he was doing fucking crack. Like, well, maybe I would. I don't know. DM him on Twitter? Alright, I'll ask. No, I won't. I don't actually care about this. Alright, let's get the next freak in. Let's see, 5 out of 10. It's pretty mid in terms of conservative politics. Yeah, I sort of figured that. It just sounds like gossip. So, I mean, you know, there's a saying about gossip. It's like, cool people talk about ideas, regular people talk about events, and dumb people talk about other people. No offense to the last freak. Alright, let's do this. Okay, new freak, what's good?
I just got home from work. Work.
Did anything insane there that made you question just anything you saw or do or think?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I had to explain to a guy that we can't do remote returns at Best Buy. He came in and said, hi, yeah, I bought an electric scooter from you guys, and it didn't work, and then I returned it, and then it didn't work. Can I get a return on it again? And I was like, okay, yeah, could you bring it in from your car? It was like, do I have to have it here? It's like, yeah, and it was like, okay, could you talk to your, like, ask, just to make sure, because he was like doubting me. I was like, yeah, you have a walkie-talkie. So I called and I was like,
y'all got any refunds in the back?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I was like, do you need to, a customer's making me ask this, do you need to have an item in order to return it and return it to the store? And they said, oh, if you have an item for delivery and it hasn't arrived yet, we can cancel it and give back the, yeah, no, that's not what I'm talking about. And then I told him that, and he was like, this
Damn, you breathe just like
this
that?
Again.
That's pretty
Yeah.
cool.
Like, yeah, right up next to the microphone.
Yeah, alright. Well, I mean, that sounds life-changing. If that happened to me, it would probably change my perspective on scooters and stuff. So thank you for sharing that, and thank you for your time today. Enjoy your life. Bye.
Thank you.
Alright. That was more like a fun anecdote than some freakiness. Let's see what we got here. Alright. You're on the air.
Oh shit. Well, I have 2 questions for you, but before I do that, I demand that you say happy birthday to Pen because it's her birthday today. And it will be rude if you don't.
It would be, wouldn't it? Alright, I own them, they're gone. Give me something good. Give me something good, you fucking people. I swear to God, man. Alright, I'll play some Mario guy until the freaks return with something nice. I guess I was drowning for a bit. Oh, I already did this. Oh wait, I didn't get the 8 red coins. And I also didn't hit this block. What kind of mod is this? This is the beta of Mario 64. It's how the game was meant to be played. This is how it worked back in the day. Alright, where's the fucking coin? Is this like the hot gossip? The Hunter laptop? I thought that was like, I thought that was kind of ancient history. It will forever be hatless. Am I trapped down here? How does the talking to freaks work? Here's how it works. Check this out. You join this Discord, and then you go into the talking to freaks chat. Once there, basically, I just join the call and ask you to tell me your most fucked up thoughts on anything, your most controversial opinions. I want it to be something truly controversial, truly from the heart, from the soul. What I want to experience is the genuine human condition, not some bullshit. So I'm gonna see now if there's any one of the freaks here. Ah, there's one. Alright, you're on the air. You're live.
Yeah, okay. So I got an interesting idea, possibly. I'm not sure, but I'll share anyway because it's been kicking around in my brain for a while.
Word.
So do you know like what the SCP Foundation thing is? Like, have you heard of that? I don't know if that's like beyond your area of internet browsing.
I'm not that familiar with it. Give me a very quick rundown.
Okay, so like the SCP Foundation stands for Secure, Contain, Protect, and it's like people will submit like these monsters or anomalous creatures like to the website, and anybody can write one and make it. And like they all have like a supernatural property, and the SCP Foundation's job is to like secure, contain, protect the public from them. And the website is like a database for all these like crazy creatures. And
are the creatures
like,
real?
Sometimes I wonder, like, the thing that got me going was, like, could something like this, like, actually exist in reality? And the thing about that is, like, you wouldn't exactly know, because the SCP Foundation has these things called amnestics, so, like, if regular people encounter these creatures, like, they can just, like, have you take them, it'll erase your memory of the encounter with the supernatural being in question. So it makes me wonder, like, could something like that be real, and, like, maybe you had a really bonkers encounter with something really crazy and you wouldn't even know?
Well,
like, could that be fucked up or what type deal?
I mean, so this is interesting. So you said that it could be real. Is it implied to not be real, or is it like Aliens where it's a gray area?
Yeah. It isn't, it obviously, like, isn't, but, like, I wondered, like, could something like that exist, like, in reality? Like, could that be, like, some secret government project? Like, obviously not the website, or else they've completely blown their cover, if it is. But, like, could something adjacent to that, like, something with that idea actually exist? And, like, would you even know if it was?
Maybe. I mean, when I was a young lad, I remember seeing a creature that I could never find replicated anywhere else after I grew up. I remember seeing a giant blue bird. It was humongous. It was like as big as me when I was a little kid. I was swimming in a lake somewhere, and I saw it perched on top of this wooden plank, and had this giant blue ribbon tail. And then it looked into my eyes, and then flew away.
Are you for real right now?
Yeah. I'm being real. And, I tried to find out what bird that could have been when I got older, and it seems like nothing matches what I saw.
Someone in the comments is like, peacock?
Not a peacock, no. This wasn't like... Peacocks have a different sort of blue to them. This was like a bright blue, a light bright blue. It almost like icy. But it was huge. Can a jay be that big?
A peacock? Or a jay, I mean, I don't... It depends on how big you were at that age, I mean...
I was like 6 or 7. But still,
Yeah,
that's
so
a
it could've been
human.
that big.
That's a human size, though. That's like a... And I was always a big kid. Like, I'm 6'7", and I was always sort of a head taller than everybody.
Man, every time I hear about your height, you get taller.
What?
Every time. The first time I heard it, it was 6'4". Then I heard it was like 6'6", and now you're saying it's 6'7".
I was 6'4" in middle school.
Fuck.
I don't know. Oh,
Maybe
I guess-
you're an anomaly from the SCP Foundation.
Yeah, that could be true.
Dude who keeps getting taller.
Fair enough. I mean, I was supposed to... I was kind of hoping I'd stop at 6'5", and that didn't happen, so...
Alright, 6'5" is enough.
I mean, 6'3" is enough, frankly.
Yeah. With the SCP Foundation, I mean, like, it's normally, like, something screwed up. Like, a statue that, like, moves when you're not looking at it and will, like, snap your neck from behind is a really popular one.
Oh,
This
word.
this big lizard that, like, cannot be destroyed by anything, including acid. Like, just, they're more horror-leaning, which is why I figured you probably hadn't heard of it. But yeah,
Yeah.
like, I was wondering, like, there could be, like, some fucked up shit out there, and if, like, if it's, like, there's something in the government like the SCP Foundation, where, like, they could just erase whoever's memory of whatever encountered it, like, you wouldn't even know.
Wouldn't that be Area 51?
Isn't Area 51 for, well, actually, well, that's just for aliens, but I guess it's a similar idea.
Yeah, I mean, they'd probably want to erase people's minds in there. So, I don't know. But anyways, thank you for stopping by and sharing this nugget of wisdom about this creature corporation. And hopefully Area 51 doesn't get you.
And hopefully they don't amnesticize your memory of the weird bird that you saw when you were like 7.
I think they already have. Alright. See you. Bam. Alright. Freak is done. Oh, that guy in chat. Here, I'll talk to them. Saw them trying to get in.
Hey, epic.
You made it.
Spur of the moment. Elden Ring.
Yes.
Pretty good. It's not as good as Slay the Spire, though. Okay, Slay the Spire is literally one of the best games ever fucking made, ever. Okay?
Has this changed your life?
No, not necessarily, but it's a really fucking good video game.
Is that a controversial opinion?
No. I do have a controversial opinion.
Yeah, go for it.
Scolipede is a fucking wonderful.
Yeah, man.
I adore how chubby he is.
That is pretty controversial. I'm gonna end your life now. In spectacular fashion. I'm gonna destroy you now.
Okay. See you later, dog.
Yeah, see you. Alright. I'm back in the saddle again. Who do we have here? What we got? Who's freaking right now?
Oh, I didn't mean to mute myself. Sorry. I was trying to mute the stream audio, so I wasn't hearing myself twice. The reason I didn't have anything to say about anything, was that when I first came on, I didn't know the premise of the stream, and that I was supposed to actually have anything to say. I was supposed to be anything.
Word. Well, now you know. So it's time
Now
to
I
unleash
know.
your deepest, darkest, most inner thoughts. What do you got?
Okay. So, like... Yeah. Wait, shit, what was the...
What was the question?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. Here is my question. I am but a humble traveler seeking wisdom. I want to understand humans on a genuine level, down to their deepest, most secretive taboos. What I desire is to know your controversial, buried, deep inner beliefs I want you to vocalize them here and now. That is my
Alright.
desire.
So like those, I know that everybody is tired of those accounts that like will read aloud memes, but like every time there's a Columbo related one, I love it and I eat that shit up.
What's Columbo?
Oh, it was a detective TV show from the 70s about this one where there's just one guy. It's not a whodunit. It's just like it inspired Ace Attorney, where you see the person getting murdered and who murders them at the beginning of the episode, and then this one guy, he's just like a really frumpy old man. The detective comes in, and everybody just like thinks so little of him, and that he isn't capable of doing anything. And then what's it? So he comes in and just picks away at people, just like pretty much knows who it is from the beginning, but it's not a whodunit, it's about how does he catch the person. Like, what is he... Yeah. Like in Ace Attorney, even
So
if they
I
don't
just
show
have a
the
quick
person-
question.
Yeah.
So this is deeply personal and controversial to you?
No.
Alright, well how about I'll give you another chance in another life to come back.
Alright.
Goodbye.
Sorry.
Enjoy your
Bye.
life. Well, it be like that sometimes. Alright, activate freak. Okay, what you got for me?
Alright, can you hear me? Can you hear me well?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Alright. I got 2 questions for you. Basically, it's like one of my friends said that one of my friends called you like gross and pathetic while being hot. What do you think about that?
Is this important to you?
Yes.
Well, I might call that gross and pathetic myself. Goodbye. And there goes that. They make it too easy, but at the same time, they make it too hard. Lamau, you really want controversy, my dude? Yes, I do. I don't want it for its own sake. I just want someone to tell me how they genuinely feel. How is any of this that? It's all, my friend had a question. I saw a TV show. This video game I played. This doesn't tell me anything. That's not a part of who you are. You gotta dig deep. High expectations. I only have one expectation. Just tell me how you honestly feel about the world. This is all nothing. And now with all of that context, I'm putting all the pressure on our next freak. All right. Pressure's on.
Pressure is on, yeah. So I know exactly what you're saying, and after seeing what you said, I genuinely feel like milk is not a beverage. I'm gonna say it. I'm coming clean. Milk is not a beverage, and I don't feel like people should say it is.
Milk is not a beverage, huh?
Yep. 100%.
Do you have an extremely articulate argument?
Yes, I have an argument for this, and I have argued with this several times with my friends. And so far, only one person it seems to agree with me. When, like, do you wake up in the middle of the night and go for just a random glass of milk?
Me?
Yeah.
I
So just,
remember
like,
times when I did.
But do you do that now?
No, but that's because I'm sick.
Oh, that's true. But when you wake up in the middle of the night, say like it's 3 a.m., right? You just woke up from like from doing something, right? And you're like, ah, fuck, I'm tired.
Yeah.
You know, and your throat's feeling dry. Do you get up and get a glass of milk, or do you get a glass of water?
Do you know that milk actually hydrates you more than water does?
I did not know that. But
You weren't ready for this conversation, man. You simply weren't ready.
I was, but I have another point to
Yeah?
bring up. When you use milk, do you use it for cereal as an additive, or do you expect to drink the milk at the end? Like, oh man, I can't wait to drink the milk at the end of having cereal. No, you go ahead and you eat the cereal, and you're like, okay, now I have to drink the milk.
Do you lick the moisture off a chicken bone?
No, you don't. Exactly. That's my point.
So then water's not a drink either. Good job.
All right.
You weren't ready for this, man. You weren't ready.
I should have organized my ideas a little bit more.
Come back in 10 years when you're ready to argue this.
All right.
All right,
I'll be
goodbye.
back.
Yeah,
Bye.
yeah, you better be. Came in here with milk is not a drink. After that impassioned speech I gave. And it's still... Alright, fuck it. Let's do this. Next freak, you're on. Let me turn up your volume, though, first. Alright.
Alright, perfect. I'm back again. Can I just say, I'm really glad after that whole speech you gave, I was not the next freak, 'cause I was sitting in here like, oh fuck. And then you went, I guess, to the subscriber priority thing or whatever.
Yup.
So one of the premises, if I'm understanding this correctly, is to tell you about who I am as a person. Like what is a factor of my being.
I just want to know something deep down an idea you want to explore. You know? Something that comes from a genuine place. It doesn't even have to... I mean, if it comes from a genuine place, it's gonna let people know what kind of person you are, whether you want it to or not. But...
Yeah, that's fair.
That's what I'm all about. I'm sick of a corporatized world. I just want to see people how they actually are.
See, so I was coming in here thinking, right, I was talking about how, like, I am, like, I don't know how to word this in a stream, I'm trying to think of the best way to word this in a stream-friendly way. You know, I'm the kind of person when something, like, sticks out to me as being unusual, or, like a factual, or just something that upsets a trend, something that, is unusual, like, I have to, like, rationalize it really hard, right? I don't know, like, not, like, to an obsessive degree, but, like, I just have to play out, like, the most comfortable thing for me to do to a degree is, like, play out all the scenarios of, like, possibility. Right? Of, like, why that would be. So, I have two examples I could give. One that is a little more personal and that, like, was a bit upsetting to me when it happened from a few weeks ago. Or one from today that's really stupid.
You could go with either or, but well, just go with either one, and if it's heading in the wrong direction, I'll step in and cull you from this world.
Gotcha. It's not gonna be like anything political. Neither of them are like political.
No, I don't care about. See, that's what. Okay, hold on. Let me specify.
But they're not gonna
this.
be like it's not gonna be like controversial in the way that's gonna be detrimental.
I want it to be controversial. I strongly desire for this.
Alright. It's not gonna get you TOS.
I don't even care about that either. I did a stream where fucking people ran up on me screaming the fucking N-word, and I'm back for more because I'm a glutton for punishment. Yes, they did. And even though it wasn't a good example of it, because again, even though it was fucking offensive or whatever, it didn't speak to anything. The only thing it spoke to was, wouldn't it be funny if I yelled this? It's controversial. They say I shouldn't, and that's why I'm doing it. See, it's the same kind of cowardice as the person who comes in and is like, I went to the store and I bought a soda. Like, I view those two events as the same. I just want someone to be genuine, say something real, even if it's fucked up, even if it's, like, super controversial, as long as you genuinely believe it. That's what I want. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I desire. Pretty deep, huh?
So deep. So freaking deep.
And now the floor is yours.
It is. You have to give me 1 second, though. I'm really sorry.
No, you're good. Or you can just return at a later date.
Ooh, I might just do that, actually.
All right. Then
I
I'll
might
see
be back
you
later, don't
on
you
the
worry.
other side. All right. It seems my standards are really starting to intimidate the people of this earth. I don't know where this coin is. I feel like my tirades about this go really well with this somber music. All right. What do you got for me?
Several times in my life, and continually, like this still happens.
Yes.
Someone will say something very quietly, or I don't hear someone correctly. And in the back of my mind, I'll think, boy, that's really sloppy. Whoever's making them do that did a terrible job. I have primordial thoughts that somehow the people around me are not acting of their own volition.
You think so? What makes you think that?
I know it's not true. No logical part of me believes this. But still, when someone moves their lips and I hear something that doesn't match what I see, I think I'm in a simulation.
Simulation. That's not where I thought you were going with that, to be perfectly honest, but that's my own projection.
I can rationalize it. I can operate. I'm a human being. I can talk to people. But I really don't know how to feel about that.
Well, you know what?
What?
I feel similarly, but I don't feel like I'm in the Matrix.
No. This is why it's stupid. I know it's stupid to say a simulation.
No, stop. Stop that. The time for that is over.
All right.
No,
I don't think the word simulation.
I'm not.
Right.
That's not what's over. What's over is this pleading to the audience of, I know it's weird, I know it's
weird.
cringe
All right,
and
we're
gay.
past it.
No,
I understand now.
Here, I think similarly. I don't think it's a simulation or the Matrix. I think that it is human nature that people desire chaos above all things and will make sure, hand over fist, that some element of their lives remains chaotic. And I think people are a slave to this. I don't think people can escape that.
So you think it's because on that level, I want things to not be...
I think that you saying that things are a simulation is actually a comforting idea to you, because the alternative is that people are just so woefully prone to their impulse for chaos. That is what I believe.
Thank you. Should I get formally diagnosed with autism? Because I know I have it.
It's funny. I mean, I'm the wrong person to ask. I was diagnosed with it, and then I was undiagnosed.
Oh shit.
They took it away from me.
My power!
Yeah. So,
Well, what did it do for you in that time?
What did it do for me?
Are there any benefits?
I was a young kid. It was my parents. They fought over it. I was diagnosed with it, and my dad didn't want a son with autism. So, he warred with them until they took me off that diagnosis. I can't tell you if there's benefits to it or not. It was just a little less confusing for me later to know. Because there was some kind of magic miracle story they fed me afterwards, which is like, oh, you did it, you conquered it, which of course...
You got better from autism.
Yeah, it's like, obviously that's fucking impossible, but that's the line they sold me when I was a young lad. Because I was diagnosed when I was like 3 years old.
3 years old?
Yes.
Christ.
So, anyway.
Yeah,
See, this was a heartfelt moment of true communication.
And for the people who wanted a shit post, I've got a fun fact for you. There is a tendon. Human beings have it. It's in our throat. It takes about maybe 2 centimeters. In the giraffe, the same tendon starts at the base of their neck, goes all the way up to their like the back of their skull, and comes back, which is about like fucking 7 feet, and it does nothing.
Word.
It's just one connected piece of ligament that does nothing. It's called the nuchal ligament.
That's pretty gay. All right, so I'll be talking to you later, and get out of here. All right, that one was a step in the right direction. I feel like some actual exchange of true ideas was sort of happening. Sort of. Hi, Kanjin. What's going on, Wobbly? I don't know where the star is. Backseat Gamers, commence. If you tell me where it is, I'll go to it. You can do that if you like. All right.
Hello.
You're live.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, am I allowed to be on this program twice?
Were you on it twice?
I've been on it once. This is my second.
You can go on a second time if you have something powerful to say. If you fuck it up with something stupid, I'll ban you permanently.
Something powerful. Well, I have a few follow-ups to what the last guy was talking about.
All right.
I was also diagnosed with autism at 3.
Word.
And I've also lost my own volition once. Actually, a few times. Because I have this autoimmune condition that affects my brain.
You lost your vision?
Basically, my own immune system.
Ah.
No, volition, like being able to make my own choices.
Interesting.
So this autoimmune condition affects my brain, and then basically I just start like acting psychotic, and I can't really do anything about it unless, you know, we get the right medication or whatever. Sometimes like IV steroids, that usually helps.
I see.
I haven't had an attack in a while. But anyway, I just wanted to follow up on what that last guy was talking about. What I came in here to talk about was to ask you a question, and then I'll provide my own answer. Have you ever had a lucid dream?
I did. I've had lucid dreams twice. Or no, actually, so I noticed that there is a strange way in which I can trigger them to happen. It's always bad, though. My lucid dreams are always nightmares. So, you know those sleep masks that you wear over your eyes?
Yeah.
So, if I wear one of those, I'll have a lucid dream. I will have a dream where I know it's a dream, and I'm consciously trying to escape it. And all I have to do is get my arm to move over my face and take off that mask. But if I can't do it, I'm just stuck. And they're always nightmares because if I'm wearing that mask, it means I'm not wearing my CPAP mask. So I start choking. And then that reflects mentally. So it's yeah, if I do that, if I don't wear a CPAP mask but wear the fucking eye sleeping mask, then I'll always have a lucid dream that is some kind of nightmare that I have to escape. But
the CPAP mask goes over your nose. Can't you wear both?
I have a full face one.
Ah, I did not know that.
It's pretty, yeah, I got it pretty severe. So
dang.
Yeah, I've had, but even without that, I've had one. It was sort of fucked up though, because it ended in me going to a hotel with a room covered in red velvet. Everything was red velvet, and there was a lion sleeping on the couch. I don't remember anything else besides that though.
Dang. Should have pet the lion.
I just kind of looked at it. But anyway.
I had I was very close to a lucid dream where the dream involved like some dead relatives visiting my house, and then we all got in the car to go to McDonald's, and I kept noticing things were off. Like the truck had like a cartoony face, like it was Pixar. You know, my house layout made no sense. Like we left through the laundry room, and everything was just off. And I was like, I say to my mom, I was like, have you ever feel like you're dreaming and awake at the same time? And she says to me while she's driving, I feel like that right now. And I'm like, should you be driving then? Then we crash, and then the dream ends.
Huh.
We never got to McDonald's.
Y'all go to McDonald's? Alright, well, thanks for sharing that dream. Thanks for sharing your life. Thanks for sharing this time.
Yeah, I'm assuming the stakes get higher every time I rejoin, right? I have to impress you every time I rejoin.
Yeah, you're gonna have to come up with something truly moving the next time you get in here.
I'll make sure. I'll find a pet. I'll find a dead pet, and I'll talk about that, and I'll...
And die they did. Alright. What do we got? What do we have here?
I'm back.
You're back. You have some deep-seated emotional turmoil.
Well, okay, I decided to rephrase it in a way that might appease you better, and that might fit the theme better. In that recently I've been going through some personal things, nothing too dramatic. Like recently, it's just kind of like the culmination of like a slow burn kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? Like emotionally and like in my life.
Word.
And I'm taking steps to rectify that. I'm taking the possible steps I can to kind of improve my life situation and my own attitudes and abilities and such, as one should.
Yeah.
And I kind of came to this realization, that I think in the internet age, not that I've necessarily done this myself, but that because I think I've been fairly good about that. It's just that people use internet spaces, particularly anonymous internet spaces, or semi-anonymous in the case of like things like Twitter, like relatively anonymous internet spaces. At least in the modern day internet situation, to kind of be their therapists, or not even just a therapist, but just a way to kind of, I don't know, maybe this seems like really obvious, but like, in lieu of, like they feel a problem somewhere in their life, somewhere in their whether it be their identity, something about their identity, something about, their, you know, what's going on at home, something going on with their work, and instead of kind of trying to sort that out in a healthy way, they just go, oh, well, a person on the internet told me that it's not a problem, so, you know, I can go on the internet and find someone to affirm my feelings on this, so I don't have to grow in this.
Were you stalking my other stream? Because I said this word for word verbatim.
No, other stream. I did not.
Well, no, because I was talking about this with a friend of mine, and I was talking it to one of the freaks who showed up earlier, which is that the greatest doom of social media is that you can completely forego personal growth, and all you have to do is find some asshole, some like unambitious asshole who creates a high-minded sounding rationale for why you are flawed.
Yeah, basically.
That much is definitely like it's one of my top issues that like upsets me, and it's also a prison of our own making. People talk about how bad social media is, but we want it to be this way. This is the invaluable service it does for us. It gives us the comfort of never having to look inward ever. At least not critically.
I think sort of like in particular, why I kind of went on this whole kind of like triggered it for me is I use I'll just say it's an anonymous message board for people of alternative lifestyles, if you know what I'm saying.
Alternative lifestyles, huh?
Yeah, if you know what I'm saying.
Yes.
And I just noticed that there's a lot of people on there who would just be like, not that I'm of this denomination of person, but I would just notice that there's a lot of people on there who would just be like, yeah, I think I'm trans. Am I trans? And I'm just like, why wouldn't you see a therapist about this? Like, why would you go to an anonymous message board full of either I'm gonna be like either like-minded people or malicious people and just ask that? Like, why would you and just have that be like the thing, your one thing, that your one way to like solve that issue?
I mean, yeah, I completely agree that like that's definitely not the way to.
Like, I feel like that's such like anything like that, any kind of major life decision. Like, why are you sorting it out that way? Why are you not like, even if you can't like go to like the people you traditionally expect to be able to go to, like your friends and like your family, right, or something like that, like. There's gotta be like someone you can just kind of be like, alright, well, I'm thinking about seeing like a doctor, like a mental health professional about this or something. And it's hard, like, I get it, it's hard, but it's like, why wouldn't you? There's like a million better ways to do it. Like, I know it's hard. I've never been compelled to go to anonymous spaces on the internet and just be like, hey guys, these are my problems. Oh, you know, how do I fix them? And I'm just like, why do people? It feels like and maybe I'm like, maybe I wasn't paying. I don't. What's it called? Like, I feel like it's like a feedback loop. I don't know if that's your exact wording just now. Like, I kind of like I'm caught up in the moment. So.
No, but, I mean, it sounds like. Listen, when you say a message board for alternative lifestyle, I assume what you're trying to say is 4chan. Am I correct?
Yeah. Yeah, one specific board there. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
But
you know the one.
Yeah, I assume. Yeah. So my whole gripe with it is that so I've historically never liked 4chan, and it's for the same reason that I don't like Twitter. Like, there's no way I'm alone in this, that most people on 4chan act exactly the same as
they
one another.
Absolutely.
Indistinguishably so. And it's all in service to the same thing that, like, shit like Twitter does for people, where it rationalizes why they're fucked up. It's like, oh, you're not fucked up. It's that the normies are stupid and women are bitches and whatever. Like, I'm gonna be real with you. Like, especially when it comes to incel arguments, which I feel like are common on 4chan. Like, don't get me wrong, women be crazy, but like,
true.
Do you know?
I'm the guy from last week with the crazy girl, by the way. So.
Oh yeah, so you know better than anyone.
I know.
But like, the example I always give is have you ever seen To Catch a Predator? Chris Hansen.
Of course, I did like a whole binge of like To Catch a Predator YouTube videos.
Yeah,
like,
he's a fucking hero.
Pandemic.
He's fantastic. And Chris Hansen catches this guy who has been nicknamed the Mickey Mouse Predator. Like,
he's the guy. Yeah, I think I know the one.
Yeah, he. No, I really didn't. It's a question.
Yeah,
That guy. That's about as embarrassing a life as you could possibly have. And you've seen that guy. His looks are not doing him any favors whatsoever. He rolled a 0 in the looks department, rolled a 0 in the oops, I'm a pedophile department. This dude could not be more. His name is the Mickey Mouse Predator. His voice sucks. He could not have fucked up more if he possibly tried. He's married now. He is married.
What?
To a woman. He is married.
I'm gonna hit you with a big one here. A manager I had in an old job, he gave me this beautiful piece of wisdom once. He said, "There's a lid for every trash can."
That's a very good piece of wisdom.
Isn't it? Isn't it?
No.
He told me that. My mind was. I felt like, you know, like you have those moments where like your life changes like in the tiniest way. That was it. Like,
yeah, that's like I'm holding on to that one. I'm gonna be stealing that one for a bit. That's a very good piece of wisdom.
I was like, so like I can believe it. I can believe that you know, the Mickey Mouse guy found some awful woman.
Oh sure.
Who no doubt enables him. In that case, it's so sickening because it's an outwardly.
Well, actually, see, that's the question though, right? Because on the one hand, you could be right, but you know what else is equally plausible? What if she just holds that over his head for everything, and she's like, you know, basically makes him her lackey? It's just
yeah,
like,
but like,
I don't want to make
like
pizza tonight.
You could find less disgusting lackeys who are probably way more useful than that guy.
I don't know, dude. He is at an embarrassment level that's like, I don't think anything's off the table as far as demands go. Like, you'll find someone else who's not as big of a fuck up, but then they're probably not gonna do something that is that embarrassing. And then, you know, everyone has their limit. But to the guy who was the fucking Mickey Mouse Predator, it's like, sure, I'll do the dishes tonight, hun. Oh yeah, I'll make the meatloaf just like you asked.
I don't... See, here's the thing. I don't think that kind of person is capable of doing any of those things on like a consistent and reliable basis.
Listen, you'd be surprised what kind of X factor motivates these people. I mean, we're not talking about a guy who just likes to play video games. We're talking about a pedophile here. Like, he's
That's
already
true.
in the extreme. So you know, like, I don't know how much you know about Fungasm, this guy we were fucking making fun of. But
Yeah. I did a little looking into on that guy. That was a little messed up.
And here's the credit I give him though. He's got the X factor. He is dedicated to getting those kids at any cost.
That is true. That is true.
I think that he does not at all seem capable of anything, but we don't know what his X factor abilities are.
I mean that's true. There's like a lot of people who like you kind of like can't like I this is like to kind of wrap it back around. I do want to say real quick. I know someone in the chat asked what was the context for the lid for every trash can thing, and asked if I was the trash can. No, I wasn't. We were talking about we had a really nasty customer, and I was like, man, I can't imagine going home to that lady. You know, at the end of the day, she was freaking mean. But no, to wrap it back around, it's like I think on the X Factor thing, I think that's true for like a lot of people, where it's like not just pedophiles. I think you have a lot of people who it's like they're like so useless, but then there's like one thing they do really well, and it's like I feel bad because I love a lot of speedrunners, and there's a couple I follow where like, you know, they've managed to turn like this weird passion into something else entirely, where it's like a business for them now essentially. But you know, I feel like that's like a lot of speedrunners where you just go into their stream, they're in like a dark, unlit room.
Yeah.
You know, with like there's like filth everywhere, but man, they can play Super Mario. They can do 16 star in 18 minutes. Or like I don't even know if that's impressive anymore,
So I sort of picked up this on this in high school, where like even the fucking biggest scumbag who I hated more than anything, like no matter how dumb they are, there was always one thing they were razor sharp at. Like this one guy who tried to pick a fist fight with me over a fucking pencil. Like,
Oh, that's awesome.
He was, yeah, like, he's dumb as fuck, but he sure did know a lot about cars. It's like, damn.
Oh, yeah.
His ego was threatened by a fucking pencil, but, you know, he does know about cars. But, look, this is, I did love this, but I gotta move on to the next person.
Yeah, this was fun, though. This was good. I'm glad I came back with a better thing to say.
Yeah, this was a positive experience. You have a good rest of your night, and you take care.
You too, my man.
You know, that was good. I like that. I'm gonna remember that saying from here on out. Every trash can has a lid. Alright, moving on to the upworld.
Oh, sorry, I was doing something. Alright, I'm ready now.
Alright, what it is? What have you got?
It's just a simple, quick question. Mario or Luigi? Which one?
I'm gonna have to go with Gario. Now, die forever. I've always been more of a Gario fan, frankly. I'm gonna leave the thing so that people from the Patreon version can get in with their new power. I see Hellbent in here. Oh, Hellbent's, yeah, he's in. Alright. Welcome to Talking with Freaks, although we know you. You're not just a stranger off the side of the road. This is Hellbent. Hellbent's in the building.
You may know me from such cartoons as the Salmonation parodies. I also played the gorilla.
Yeah, he was the gorilla in Conjun House. So, do you have some deep-seated personal belief that's been on your mind, just chilling in the canals of your head?
Yeah, so Israel, no. I mean, you know, everything relates to that, but nah, I've just been trying to chill out. I notice you're playing Mario 64. That's a good chill out game. Relax the mind.
Yeah, I'm playing the freaky beta version of it. It's a little unsettling, but otherwise, it's good for the soul so far anyway. I am shocked, though. I am shocked that you have no controversial, deep-seated political views about our current circumstances.
Twist my arm more, huh? Well, though I would be sad if they did a draft. It would still also be funny in ways.
You know, it's funny, my dad was talking about that just the other day. He was like...
What did he have to say about it?
Well, we were talking about the Ukraine shit, because I was getting upset because people talk about it so casually. They're like, yeah, let's just do a no-fly... Like, people are casually flirting with the idea of World War III. Like, you know, fuck it. It does, like, it's
just
a fucking game.
shoot some bombs over at Russia, then I'll teach them.
Yeah, like, dumb bullshit like that, and what is, like, I guess what the reason it bothered me more than usual political stuff is because this is a, I would say, even a bipartisan thing is to casually suggest World War III. I've been seeing, it's a popular notion on both sides of the spectrum, at least in the boomer sides or the blue checkmark sides or whatever, to be like, yeah, you know, if we don't do World War III, you're a bad person. And it's like, this is insane.
Have fun with that. Good luck.
Yeah. So I was talking to my dad about that, and he goes, you know, I'm not a big draft guy, but I think you should have 1 year of conscription. Like, you gotta serve 1 year, and then if you do that, you won't casually fucking suggest things, you know, so offhand, so out of hand, to just do World War III. Maybe if you serve for 1 year. I was like...
That's a great idea, because I think most people, or at least a quarter of them, wouldn't survive basic So, you know, it would get rid of the weak ones and cool things off a little bit. We'd just have strong workers, you know.
Would we just have like a pit to throw the cold weak into? Would we?
Yeah, we throw asthmatic Ronnie into the pit.
Do you think we'd get a
his
cool
little
like?
lungs run out halfway.
Do
so
you
he
think
can't
we'd
out
get a
of the pit.
cool DoorDash-esque like advert, that kind of like propaganda for the pit that like makes it seem cool, like, you know, like if you were watching a show like The Big Bang Theory and Sheldon said some nerd shit and then that girl's like, sounds like something someone in the pit would say, and then like a laugh track, the pit referring to the hole filled with the weak who couldn't survive, basically. Yeah, exactly. Like,
welcome to the pit. We got GameCube, Xbox.
It has to be something that like becomes so universally accepted, despite how like fucked up it is in concept. Like you'd hear it on late night talk shows, people talking about the pit, like just whatever.
Well, I hear legal euthanasia is getting popular, so
legal euthanasia.
Yeah, well, you know.
Well, when you look around,
that,
it
right?
makes you wonder why it's getting so popular.
Yeah, everybody's big into it now, so just consider it like a special extra version. Like make it seem luxurious, like you said. You know, you could get the needle, or you could get the pit.
I had something happen to me the other day that made me go, you know, legal euthanasia maybe wouldn't be so bad. I got a message. I got like a message from someone who worked on Conjun House years ago on like season 1. They did one voice for it, and then they hit me with this. They were like, "Hey, could you take my name out of the description?" And I was like, "Yeah, man, I'll do that for you. Don't even worry about it." And their response was, "Yeah, well, because I worked on this, my career was destroyed. Everything was ruined. I was stalked and harassed. But I'm glad you got a following and a quick buck, though. Also, I actually want the video taken down, and if you don't do it, I will get my lawyer to do it." And it was like, that was a moment where I was like, you know, they really should legalize that euthanasia, because this world sucks, man. Like that.
You can't even collaborate with folks these days, can you?
But here's what fucks me up. It was because, like, you know, I expect that honestly from people online who I don't really know, but this was a person I knew in real life. Like, I met them in real life first. Like, they shook my hand. They voiced it in my apartment.
Now listen here, you goofy little PNG cartoon ruined my career. I got kicked out of college. My wife left me. My dog died. Everybody left.
Yeah.
They won't even deliver pizzas to my house anymore because of your show and your pepperoni. Ha 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 ha! So funny. Well, I cannot get them.
By the way, they hit me with this. They also talk about monetizing their misery. They said like, I monetized their misery, and I checked the money I got on that video over the lifetime. It was $2.76. So I was half tempted to respond and be like, I'll pay triple the damages if you just never talk to me again. But no, it was like, there was so much backhanded, like, I almost wanted to be like, what? Let's just fast forward to the part where you beg me for money, because you seem to think that, like, this is what this is. Like, you're gonna grift me out of some money because you went feral. Like, they fucking roll that. Don't slander me on social media either. I've suffered enough. Which, like, I guess bakes in the implication that I would, and it's like, that's cool, man. I can't believe you were someone who once shook my hand. Like, that's wild to me.
That's fun.
So, yeah, I mean, if euthanasia getting legalized, I don't know. No, I mean, I'm playing.
Well, you know,
obviously.
the pit. Going back to what we were talking about.
Yeah, the pit.
The pit.
That's more like forced euthanasia. That's more like forced euthanasia. You have 1 year doing this, and you can't die. And if you do, you go into the pit where the Big Bang Theory is gonna make fun of you. So,
there's gonna be a Hassani Miku concert at the pit.
I mean,
They would jump in. They'd be like, "Man, I don't know if this is real or not, but when
I
else
mean, is
am I
that the
gonna be
first
able
test?
to see Hasane Miku?"
Is that the first test? It sounds like that's like
We could like put one outside of the anime convention, right? Like, you know, get a rich test environment.
This isn't even like the army anymore. This is just murder. We're just finding people
Hey,
to
no,
kill.
murder's a harsh word. This is CIA, okay?
CIA? Oh yeah. I got, you know, I can't believe I almost foolishly associated the CIA with murder.
I know, that's harsh. I mean, when Uncle Sam does it, it's just cleaning up.
Listen, you know, when Uncle Sam, you know, when I get shit from Uncle Sam, it actually reads a lot like that message I got from that person on Twitter. It's like, hey, can you just help me out here? By the way, actually, you know, you need to pay the piper or I'll get my fucking lawyers on you. After everything you've put me through.
The specter of death is on your tail.
Yeah.
How dare you?
It's pretty wild, man. It's pretty
Cartoons
fucking
are
wild.
very business. Our heart and soul goes into these little creations, and they're the most important thing on the world, short of, or perhaps a little bit above blue collar work like being a plumber or making buildings or being a doctor. I mean, actors and artists really are what keeps society going forward.
No, it's I don't know what you're talking about. None of those plumbers would be anywhere without Sonic 2 the movie.
Oh God, yeah. I mean, Super Mario. I wouldn't let one of them into my house if they didn't dress up like Super Mario.
I actually know
That's why I
what?
trust him.
I had a plumber once. He was like 60 years old. And he was like this short guy with this giant fucking beard, and he was this really old guy, and he comes in and there was this I had this poster on my wall. This girl gave it to me. It was some anime poster. I forget what show it was. He's like, "Is that anime?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And he goes, "Oh, I fucking love anime." It's like, "Really?" It's like, "Yeah, I was really into Fist of the North Star." Like, that's
Oh
cool,
God.
man.
Man, he may have only been like 40, but just aged really poorly, right? You're like, oh, this guy's like 60 years old. He's like, nah, life's just been hard in the turd pipes.
Yeah, if he was 40, then his life was really, really hard. He was wrinkled up, dirt stained skin. Fucking this guy probably has not gone a single day in his life without lifting something 2 times heavier than him, covered in dust and shit. But yeah, I was just like utterly taken aback that he wanted to talk to me about anime, and I was so unprepared with like what to say. Because he also, you know, he talks in that way that old people do. And by the way, I've never talked to a 60-plus-year-old person about anime ever. So just like, yeah, I mean, I've not seen it. Huh? I've not seen it. Oh, well, you should really give it a look sometime. It had this character. Oh, I don't remember his name.
Oh man, that show's pretty long. It's a lot to ask somebody to remember, but it's all streamable, right? So yeah, you're gonna have grandma and grandpa on their Netflix or HBO Max and going, have you seen Black Bible? How it's so joyous.
I mean, I had assumed that because he was that old that like maybe he was forced to like, he's like hanging out with his grandkids and like, we'll do whatever you want. I want to watch anime. It's like, okay. And then he's like watching it with them and he like kind of gets into it more than he thought he would. It's like, what's all this then? What is it?
Well,
Man,
that's just magic right there.
this is better than pipes any day. Wow. So,
At the convenient time of 2 a.m, right when I'm just sobering up.
God, yeah, I have to see if he's still kicking. But anywho, Hellbent, it was a pleasure, but I must
Well,
continue.
it was fun to talk about whatever we just did.
Yeah, I gotta figure out All right, I'm gonna admit something to you before you leave, and then you go. Cause every time I see your server with people in it, and I think of joining, I remember that one time I like joined a call, and I think you were streaming, and then you were like, "By the way, never ever do that again." And I was like, "Oh shit, I'm sorry." So then out of safety, I just never joined a call. So I've been meaning to ask, is there like a way to know? Like, if...
Man, you may have some mistaken identity there, but in case you didn't know, it's just in a live channel on the bottom. It says live on it, right?
Are you serious this whole time?
Yeah, the other ones you're not supposed to be streaming in because that would be kind of, it's like, hey, everybody, and so everybody's talking about like their, dying cats or whatever. You're streaming it to Twitch, just that'd be kind of rude, but yeah, no, the other channels are just places where people just talk.
God, I feel like a fucking moron now. All right, I'll look out for the live.
Well, that's okay.
thing.
I'll see you again, never. You insulted me personally, deeply.
Word.
And I regret coming on. This is a miserable experience. Screw you.
You know what?
Hope you lose at Mario.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna advocate for legalize euthanasia so that I can get you back for all that slander you just said to me.
I have nothing against euthanasia. I think they're the future kids and all. So
you're fucking out of here just for that. You're fucking out. I can't believe he said that. You know, he thinks just because he's my friend, he can get away with the youth in Asia joke. I can't believe that. I can't fucking believe that. That takes a lot of... You know what? I'm giving another one to a patron. We're showing love to the supporters.
Aw, thanks.
All right. What you got?
Okay. So, this is a bit of a weird one. Basically, I've had a lot of trouble with, like, sleep for a very long time. I have, like, slight insomnia. And often I've always had this weird, like, theory about dreams. Basically, I think that when you dream, or have a nightmare, it's your consciousness being placed into a different version of yourself from a different reality.
It's fair enough. What makes you think that?
Because they always feel like you've been there for years, that you know this place in your dream, like you've been there. That's what it always feels like, and then you're just thrown back into your regular reality, and you're just like, what just happened? Like that.
Well, it's always been there because... Oh shit, hang on. Let me land on this map. I did it. No. I mean, it feels like it's always been there because it's from your brain, which by definition has always been there.
Yeah, but what if that's just you from a different reality, like you were just thrown into a different one?
I mean, I don't want to blow your mind with some horrors beyond your imagination shit, but the argument against that would be that scientists, or at least I saw an article about this, I don't know if it's real, discussing the possibility of letting people experience consecutive life sentences by making a pill that causes your brain to perceive time painfully slow. So that's just something your mind, I guess, is able to do.
I mean, I don't know. That's a thing. It's weird.
It definitely is weird, to say the least. But can't get up there. Anyways, it's an interesting thought to chew on. Maybe you're right. You should seek thy knowledge in the dream of whatever. I can't make that sound smart. All right. Thanks for spending the time.
No problem.
Enjoy your life. Bye.
Thanks, man.
All right. I'll go down to the freebie. I'll give them a freebie. I'll let them be free. All right. What it is.
Hello, good evening, I guess. It's time for free time, and instead of talking about pizza stories or me yelling at corporations, instead talk about something interesting that I think about very often as I go about my daily life. How it's very crazy. 1 action that you can make can can just absolutely irrevocably change somebody's life forever. Like, if you're waiting for a bus, you can just step in front of a moving car and then have that interaction happen where you just crash. You can end up in a hospital in a coma for 17 years and life passes you by. You can have that crash into like a huge gas station, blow that up, cause innumerable sorrow to a bunch of families. You can run up, eat a person's brains in, and run up to another person, steal their wallet, go to a store, piss on all the bananas, and then just slit yourself open using the box cutters that come with aluminum foils, and then have the world react to that. And you'll never know because you made that decision, and now you're not gonna be alive anymore to know it.
Or you could just fake your own death.
True. You know, DB Cooper's a thing. You know, there could be celebrities amongst us still living their normal lives. Another thing, imagine like celebrities having like really fucked up, weird private Twitter accounts where they can just vet out all their crazy shit. Like, you think somebody like Willem Dafoe is like, I love me them big old toes on like some weird 3-follower private account on Twitter. That's also fucking crazy. But yeah, I just thought about like how crazy it is where like just different stuff can happen to you during life and can change stuff forever. Like, there's this meme that reoccurs. It's like these a bunch of like white guy teenage hunks that are standing like by a pool. And it's like, what would you do if you saw us? And then the quote tweet is like, shoot myself and forever change the trajectory of your lives. And that's crazy because it will. You know, one person may just fall into their grief and become like a wolf man and live amongst the forest. Like, I'm not going by pools anymore, man. One person can take that grief and be like, my pool story, now an actual novella, and make like billions of dollars. One person could just jerk themselves blind and just be like, and get off the experience because, you know, fuck it, people are into that stuff.
What if I just kicked you from this call? It would change the whole trajectory of life as we know it.
That is true.
What if without mercy, without warning, without even the slightest inclination that it's coming, and I just did it? It never gets old. Alright, give me the freak.
Hello.
What you
how
got
you
for
doing?
me, freak? What is it? What is good? What you want?
Oh, not much. Say, okay, this is kind of an awkward interview or something, but this is just my first time being here. Anyway,
Word.
I'll say. Say, anything new with you lately?
Wait a minute. Are you interviewing me?
Who's interviewing you?
I am looking for the wisdom of the common man, completely buried by corporate rule. This is what I seek. The people know me, but do they know you?
They know me as a Gmon animator on YouTube.
That's pretty good. Do they know the inner workings of your soul? The very machinations that string your body together and make you who you are.
Whoa, that sounds pretty deep. It's kind of mesmerizing, now that I think about it.
Well, it's time to consider these truths in their most excruciating contexts.
Holy crap.
That's right. This isn't your mom's softball interview. This is
not
ultimate deconstruction of the very soul that we inhabit. This is what happens when I search for one red coin for 7 hours straight.
The magical red coin. So majestic. So elusive.
So what do you have in your soul? What pangs at you? What eats away at the flesh cage that contains your secrets?
The secret recipe of the peanut butter chocolate pancake.
And just like that, I destroy you without mercy. One of these days, they'll give me the answers I seek. And now it's another rando freak, but not actually rando at all. I know you.
You know me. You don't know who I am, but I know who you are.
No, I have excruciating context for you. But not enough to know the deepest, innermost pits of your soul. Not enough to know the darkness or lightness or whatever. How would you describe what happens inside of your skin sack?
Kind of morbid. Like, I saw a car wreck the other night, and I was like, bro, that guy was stupid.
Did you see that car wreck? That hoe went stupid.
It was stupid. Like, I felt bad. I called 911, but I saw this guy turn into oncoming traffic and get smashed and T-boned.
Oh, that's called the Philly left. That's straight up the Philly left.
And he took 2 other cars with him.
Yeah, that was almost me a few days ago. That
my god.
Oh yeah, like it's weird because I also got a call from my girlfriend the other night. It's like, yeah, my friend saw some dude overdose on meth in front of them, and we didn't know what to say, so we just kind of ignored them. I was like, dude, Jesus, you gotta say something, man. Like, should I get them a card? It's like, I don't know. I just say something. Get them like a Frosty at least.
Yeah, it's like when I used to work at Arby's and there was some guy that OD'd in the bathroom after like his child was born.
What?
Yeah.
Wait, no. How do you? I'm calling immediate bullshit. How do you know it was after their child was born?
Because I heard it from someone. It might have been a lie. I just heard that. I just know about the guy ODing in the bathroom.
I feel like there's 2 ways to know. Either it's someone who knows the guy's family and his struggles, or that baby was born right there in the bathroom with him. And just the circumstances arising from that, like, how did I let my kid get born in a fucking... What restaurant did you say that was?
Oh, no, it was Arby's, but like...
It was an Arby's bathroom.
Hospital. No, they were at the hospital. He just came back from the hospital, went to an Arby's, and OD'd in the toilet.
That's where it happened then, though. That's where he fucking... He's like, this... If any one of those kind of events is happening in an Arby's bathroom, it's a wrap for you. Things are looking pretty grim.
There was also a time where I saw this guy with like cut up arms, and he was holding a Mountain Dew bottle with a fork in it, and he was like, "Don't call the cops. I got my mom picking me up. Don't call the cops." And he's bleeding everywhere, and I went and told my manager to call the cops.
If his mom's picking him up, that doesn't even sound like a suicide attempt. It sounds like he was trying to open the Mountain Dew bottle and fucked up.
I was so confused. His arms were cut all to shit. He's fucking bleeding everywhere. And I was just looking at him like, oh, God, that's sick.
That's pretty wild. That's a lot of darkness in a
in an Arby's?
In an Arby's bathroom, yeah. I mean, more than usual.
Yeah.
I feel like there's a certain kind of darkness reserved for an Arby's bathroom, and usually it's having sex with someone you're not very attracted to, or something like that.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Not that I've ever... No, it's too late. No, but...
In the Arby's bathroom.
Yeah. No, I don't even know what Arby's is.
It's just a beef restaurant. It's like any other fucking
Oh, it's
McDonald's
a beef
or Burger
restaurant,
King.
alright.
Yeah.
Never mind. I'm leaving this alone. Whatever. Well, anyway, thanks for sharing your harrowing tales of what happens in Philadelphia every single day. Thank you.
In Kentucky.
And I'll see you on the other side.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Bye.
See you. That was Sharpie. That was some insight at the horrible conflicts that take place in the Arby's bathrooms. The next time you see someone who works at Arby's, thank them. That's all you gotta do. Whoa, a Koopa shell! Alright, just for that, I'll go do the other freak now. Alright, what it is, I'm on a Koopa shell.
I love it.
What you got from me?
Alright, I got a redemption store because the last one I heard the Arby's, it just reminded me of a fast food store that I have. It was when somebody came into my drive-thru, a lady and her son, for a Mexi Melt and Taco Bell. Simply put, she asked for Mexi Melt and we didn't serve it, and she was like, "Give me a cheesy roll up with beef on Pico de Gallo on the side." Like, okay. So ring her up, give her food. She comes back 5 minutes later, and she's like, "Yo, I wanted Pico de Gallo and beef on the inside, not on the side." I'm like, "That's not what you said over the mic." So then she starts getting angry with me for no apparent reason. She starts yelling at me how horrible customer service is. And so I get my manager, and they're dealing with that. I'm serving up more drive-thru orders, and I just hear a freak show in the dining room of our store. And it's funny because there was actually a sheriff like in the store as well, and he was just like watching the whole thing go down. But that's besides the point. So then she starts criticizing how my manager is working, how he was like handling food and not washing his hands even though he was in the process of doing so. So she ordered more food, and then she got what she wanted. And then when my manager gave her the Mexi Melt, she was just like,
"I'm going to hunt this guy down and kill him."
And then she opened the bag, and then she's like, "This is disgusting. I want a refund right now."
I'm gonna kill this person.
Me and my manager both looked at each other. We're just like, "Do we want to deal with this lady?" And then we just gave her a refund, even though we weren't supposed to.
Gonna give him a wedgie and throw him into a trash can.
And then she left. 10 minutes later, some older guy comes storming up on our front doors, and then she starts like slamming his fists on like the desk, man. Like loud bangs coming from the back.
Can't fucking do this.
We're in the back, both of us. And then I go up front. I'm like, "Sir,
I'm not
can I help
getting
you?"
any
And then
truth
he's like,
from this.
"Where's your manager?" And then I'm like, "Demetrius, please come here." It's like, "Do you want to speak to my manager?" And then he's like, "Yes. Let me speak to that black man over there." And I'm like, "Oh no." So I go out back, and then this guy's like, "I'm gonna file you for corporate for,
I'm gonna fucking
giving
blow
my
something
wife
up."
the worst customer service ever. You're so like absolutely disrespectful. How could you do
Should
this?
I just
I'm
kick
gonna
him?
file
Should I
you.
just kick
I'm
him and
gonna
not
get
say
fired."
anything?
And then he's like, "That's cool, man."
If one
And
person in
by
chat
the way,
says
my
yes,
manager's
then I
name
will,
is
because
Demetrius.
I'll say that
And,
was justified.
The guy who was screaming at him, he was like, "I'm gonna get you fired. What's your name?" And then he's like, "My name is Justin." And then it's like, "Okay, Justin, I'm gonna get you fired. Have fun with your pathetic little."
He sadly died of old age while telling the story. Rest in peace. May you fly high with the fast food gods. I'm sorry. That's too long, man. That's too fucking long. You can't do this to me. Why is this lagging all of a sudden? What happened? Why is this going stupid? It's lagging because I kicked them. This is what I deserve. The red coin? Got it. Just one more to go. My actions have consequences. That's bullshit. I feel like if I fast travel, the lag will go away. But I need to get that coin! There's just one more coin! Maybe it's in that pipe. I'm stuck. Alright, this pipe will get rid of the lag. Damn it. This is obnoxious. What is causing it? Is it the... It can't be the snow. Yeah, I guess at least it lags on beat. Fuck it. I'm just gonna get whatever the hell's over here. Oh! This is so bad. I got 11 stars from this exercise. The interesting story is always about work. Well, I mean, that makes sense though, right? Most people spend their time at work. Wait a minute. What is that? If I jump onto that house, maybe I'll get a free star. Free star? No work? Alright, we got a freak. Oh, we did have a freak. They disappeared. So fuck it. Alright, give me all this. The coin purse enemy has an A+ design. Maybe. Alright, we got a freak. Alright, what it is. We got freaks on deck.
Freaks on the floor.
What truth do you have? What truth bomb?
Well, I heard, or I saw you were streaming VR chat the other night.
Oh yeah.
You're talking to the actual freaks in there.
Well,
must have been fun.
No, it was okay. There was like no freaks whatsoever. We found one, and you'd think VR chat. It like, listen, it had freaks in the sense that like, I don't know. I guess people tried to be awkward and weird. But no freaks as part, you know, in the sense of people telling you fucked up shit they believe. There was one person who almost did. There was one person at the end who was like pretending to be a robot sex slave, kind of. They're like, I'm a robot, but I was programmed to do shit, but instead I fuck people. And it was like, you know, it was almost like LARPing type shit, but it's like, there we go. That's like a very honest kind of weird shit. Let me hear about that. And then before I could hear anything, some dude just comes in blasting the N-word and everything else, and then crashes the game. So, no, there wasn't one freak.
I'm surprised. By we, I mean a couple of friends of mine, interacted with a freak in VR. At the time, I didn't know he was a freak, but when he started hitting on my friend, who was in a relationship, yeah, we figured it out.
Oh,
but,
well, that's a different kind of freak, I think.
Oh, no. His friends were actual freaks. Like, coming in with, like, the weird models or suggestive models. So I was surprised that you didn't run into a lot of freaks, because I ran into a lot when I was there. I only played that game for like less than an hour to an hour, and I was like, this ain't it.
Maybe I should get like a voice mod thing, and then have like a girl's voice, and then maybe that could change my output. Cause it's like, who am I?
Yeah.
I'm just some fuck. You like tell me you're weird as shit, and it's like, I'm not getting any pussy off of this. No way. But
Yeah, no, you had to go in with the female voice, the higher pitched voice, and of course you're gonna have rolling in. You're just gonna be coming, begging to your feet and saying weird shit. That's when you get the good stuff.
actually, I'm really tempted to do this now. Like, I brought it up as a joke, but I really actually want to explore this concept. That'd be really interesting if suddenly everyone was willing to bare their soul to me.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, but you know what? I also see that coming though, right? Cause like, hang on a second. Something's wrong with my game. It's lagging super bad. I'm just gonna fucking pause it. I don't care. But like, I notice that a lot where like, if you have like an especially fucking socially awkward guy, like they think their in is to come off as really pitiful and they like try to tell you their life story as soon as humanly possible. So what if I just play into that? Be like,
yeah, no. They love that.
I like to be a therapeutic presence, you know? If people are
Their
sad.
mother.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
Exactly.
literally what that is.
No, I mean that straight up is what it is. It's I think if I can get a really good voice modulator, like if I can get something convincing, I'll definitely go back. Cause otherwise I was disappointed at how cowardly everyone on VR chat was. Like,
yeah.
And they've got to exist. There's got to be a really good voice modulator. I'm sure I could really pull off a woman's voice. I think I have a certain feminine charm that no one in chat will deny. Right, chat? But
yeah, it seems like they were cheering you on just a second ago.
Word.
You also got to get the right model too. Very.
I mean, that's easy shit though. Like even it seems like those anime girl models are like a dime a dozen. I could just pick one of those up anywhere.
True.
All right.
Like I said, short time.
Okay, everyone who's watching this, if you know a good voice modulator for this shit, at me on Twitter, and then I'll get it, and then I'll go back into VR chat and try that. I think that'll be a good idea.
You're gonna get some weird suggestions.
Nah,
I'm not gonna be here for it.
I ain't give a fuck as long as they work. I mean, like what weird suggestions, as in voice modulator type, or weird suggestions as in things to say to people.
Probably the things to say to people.
Oh well, I'm not fucking taking suggestions.
They're gonna set you up for failure.
No, they can suggest everything, anything they want to. That's your right. But regardless, I think I'm gonna go in there and I'm gonna play up the ditzy angle, or no, actually yeah, I think ditzy angle would work best for my sensibilities, because it's not that far removed from.
Oh yeah, that'd work.
From how I actually am. But, all right.
There you go.
Wait a minute. You're not getting out of this without a truth, though. You almost
Oh,
sidestepped the issue.
Oh god, no.
Yeah, you need to bring a controversial, deeply personal issue to the fore. What have you got?
Oh my god.
And here it comes.
I got nothing. I don't
This
know.
is where I kick. Kicking and screaming. You have failed me for the last time. What a shame. Put on the spot, Lamau. Put on the spot? They were there the whole time! I was talking about voice modulating shit put on the spot. Like they don't know what this shit's about. Should I restart this emulation? Because this is laggy as fuck. I think I will. Hold up. Let me just turn this off and on again. Look at that. Already a market improvement. And now we can continue right where we left off. Pursuing truth. Let's go around back. I was eliminated. Damn right you were. You knew what this was. Bullshitting in here. Oh look, little Yoshi. What have you got for me? Talk to me, Yoshi. Welcome to a new adventure. There are many worlds to visit and so little time. Whoops. You must be wondering where to go first, right? Let me tell you. Let your decisions be the right path to follow. Hint. Look at the sky inside of the castle. If you have 10 power stars, you might see the world shift right in front of your eyes. And remember that you can switch plumbers here by pressing the L button. This whole time. I had access to Luigi this whole time. Oops. Let's go look into the sky and see what Luigi has to say, while the freaks decide what they're going to do. Interesting. See, this is what I want to see the freaks talking about. What I'm looking at right now is like the inside of someone's soul. I want people to show me this landscape that's dwelling about inside them. Yes, L is real. He's right here. Is there a secret? Panasonic Blu-ray, $99. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Alright, I'm gonna assume there's nothing under this, and I'm gonna go into the green pipe. Actually, I'm gonna get every coin, because I feel like this is suspicious. Alright, I got all the coins. I'll just go into the pipe. Welcome to a world beyond your wildest imagination. This castle is exclusive to the show. It's connected to a variety of worlds, so open the doors ahead and get adventuring. Alright, I will. I think I'll do just that. And by the way, if you want to be a freak and talk to me, here's the link to the Discord to engage in this scurrilous activity. What do we have here? Would you rather me bring up a philosophical, high-minded take or a potentially compromising take? What do you mean by potentially compromising? What doth you mean? Like embarrassing? I just want something real. I just want someone to tell me something unguarded, truly unguarded. I remembered a truth, but my time ran out. Then I guess that's just it. Can never return. Can never try again. It be like that sometimes. Ugh. That guy just juked me. The shy guy flew out of the way of that jump, so I couldn't scale that wall. Where is he? Alright, there's a freak in there, but I need to jump on this thing. I'm going over it. Get... Ugh, yeah. That's the shit. Alright, what it is. We got freaks on deck.
You got what?
Freaks on deck. That's you.
Alright. So, before I start, one thing to kind of continue the previous dude. I know the perfect place for you to find wild freaks.
Oh, yeah?
Second Life.
Well, it's funny because someone else brought that up to me as well. And then my first question was, can people in Second Life crash the game on demand? And they're like, yeah. And I was like, why do all these fucking games have this? That's the only reason I've, like, I'm sort of hesitant, but whatever. I guess that's just part of the mining process.
I guess so. I guess it can be done. I personally haven't seen it, but you got some... I guess still, that might be your, like, best bet to just genuinely find freaks that aren't shy to talk about random shit as they, practice bizarre stuff like selling digital house property for actual money. And, like, having rent, which is, it's kind of wild.
I guess that, I mean, I am only considering it because from my understanding of Second Life, it's mostly people who, like, there was an era that I remember where, like, trolling Second Life was a really funny, popular thing to do, and I assume that has all but died out now. Like, it's just people who want to live their second lives, as it were.
Probably. Yeah, I guess probably.
Well, I guess we'll see then. If people strongly recommend that I continue this quest in Second Life, then I will.
I guess either that or just try to find, like, older, still semi-populated ancient chat rooms, like World's Exploration.
Well, all that said, what is your truth that you have?
I guess the truth that I have is I am really bad with, I guess, well, I'm not, how do you, I guess, I am not good with talking to people about my interests because my interests involve, like, just deep rabbit holes. And so I guess with people, I'm either, oddly, I'm just passive, or I'm just weird, I guess, or I guess funny, as my brother would say.
That's pretty destructive. That's like a...
I guess, which, you know, it does lead, I'd say I have basically only 2 friends I talk to, one monthly, one weekly, and then my family, which I talk to on occasion, but, you know, which is fine. But I guess some good things have come from it as, you know, being by myself a lot. I guess, you know, I kind of don't care what a lot of people say. I animate a bunch of my own shit and not worry about posting it online, so I just have completed stuff sitting as MP4 files on my PC and not put it anywhere because I don't like Twitter, Instagram sucks, Reddit's funny.
This kind of sounds like a dating profile. And, she has to be hot. Just, no. No, I mean, that's not I mean, I wouldn't classify that necessarily as a truth, but I guess it is honest, if that's how you feel, like, that you're socially awkward, perhaps.
I'm not, well, that's the thing, I'm not socially awkward. I can talk to people fine. Like, I guess, you know, there are people that, like, know me, and it's like, hey, it's that guy. It's like, hey, like, I can talk to people fine. I just cannot, like, I guess, truly, like, engage with interest because, I guess a lot of people in my college right now talk a lot about anime. And, I've given anime a decent shot. I've watched...
This is so weird. This is actually so weird. I feel like this is the inverse problem that so many people experience. My problem with people is they talk about anime and I just don't care about that. Listen, I just like football. I always have. I like going to the gym and they just want to talk about anime. It's so weird.
I mean, yeah, I guess, you know, I like hiking and I like small channels like Umami, and I'm the dude that recommended you like Langlois Alientos, Real 2, if you remember that.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, I'm still subbed to Umami, so that was a good suggestion.
Yeah, okay, Umami wasn't me, but I recommended other stuff you seemed to like.
I see. Alright.
But, yeah, I really enjoy Umami style. Umami has heavily influenced, a lot of my art shit.
Well, I guess Oh, hold up.
Oh?
I just entered the hell world, I guess.
Oh, boy.
I'll just pause that.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if this truth is meant to be like, alright, truth heard, or if it's meant to be like, my advice, if you want my advice. Although this is not a therapy channel, but I'll grant you clemency this one time.
No, I mean, I guess if you want, I wasn't really, I mean, I'm happy. I'm happy with where I am. I mean, yeah, of course there's days where I feel like shit, but oh well.
Well, no, if you're happy where you are, that's really all that matters. Just make sure you're not lying to yourself. As long as you're not lying to yourself, then you're good.
Like, I'm not lying to myself. I guess just the only thing is there are times where it's like, God, I wish I didn't have to 3D model this entire theater, or God, I wish I could have help with drawing this background or doing voice work that isn't just me but different pitched, or searching or mangling voice clips from like TF2 characters, so on and so forth.
Well, I mean, I can only tell you that back in the day, you know, the reason I liked Newgrounds even a little was that you could just find a bunch of people and be like, yeah, let's just make something together. I guess that's a little harder now because everybody, I don't know how much of that spirit's still around of just making something with no monetary incentive attached to it.
Yeah, I do wish that was still active. Or a bit more easier to find kind of people like that.
You know what I'd say? This is the only advice I can give you, and it's because it's so non-specific and probably unhelpful, but it is. I still think you should heed it. Wander the world. Wander the streets. You'd be surprised what kind of artists are still doing it just to do it. I found one of my new favorite jazz bands just from doing that. It's walking through the streets of Philly, and these dumbass kids were playing the finest jazz I ever heard in my life. It's like, that's incredible. But anyway, it is time for me to take my leave, and thus you.
I mean, are you actually like stop live streaming, or am I?
No. You are. No, I'm not stopping streaming.
Okay, I guess one more question.
What's up?
What would be your favorite freak story? Because I've kind of tempted to animate some of these freak stories, as these are really fun to listen to on the side, and part of me really wants to animate your Leo Bear story.
So I'll tell you this, like the first story that always comes to mind is that guy who talked about his girlfriend selling his house, and the reason it was funny was because he seemed to think that he seemed kind of upset that I was laughing at it. And then I remember him saying something like, maybe I didn't explain this correctly. He was going, yikes, yikes, over and over. And then when he's like, yeah, I didn't explain this correctly, it's like, well, how do you not hear what you're saying to me? Like, I get that it's fucked up, but it's also, I've never heard that. Like, that's the first time I've heard that in my life. I've seen, like, vindictive exes before. I've just never heard of that. And there's kind of an ingenuity to it. I don't know. She tried to sell your house. Like, it was that and his utter confusion at, like, well, why is that funny? And it's like, man, I don't know. So that one always comes to mind.
Right. Yeah, you know what? That is a great one, especially now that you kind of point out, like he didn't get it that his house being sold is not normal for a irrational person.
Yeah, and it was I was extra not prepared for it because he told the story with that cadence that someone who's about to say something really boring does, and I thought the story was gonna stay boring, and then suddenly, out of fucking nowhere, the bombshell. She tried to sell his house. It's like there's no way this story should have been interesting at all, and yet, against all odds, somehow. But yeah, that was a good one. The guy who burned down the Domino's, or allegedly didn't. But yeah, there's some classic ones. But yes, I will now bid you adieu. Thank you for your time and your energy.
All right, thank you. Have a good night, morning, evening, whatever. Goodbye.
Yep, you too. See ya. Well, we learned a little about someone we don't know today. And now we get to travel this hell zone. Wait a minute. Is hell just beyond this door? Oh, I guess I have a key, so I can go to hell whenever I want. What did I unlock? Oh, what do we have here? Weehaw, weehaw, weehaw. Fuck. Let me try that again. Weehaw, weehaw. What? Damn it. Alright, I will get to the top of this maze. Yeah? 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 It's simply too easy of a video game. They should have made it more difficult. Alright. Wow! What is this, man? You unlocked a new emotion. Confusion. Fair? Fair enough? I mean, this is pretty unclear. You know, I was in hell and now I'm in a maze. Kind of makes me think of, like... Kind of makes me think of The Shining. What is that? A little block? Give me this. Huh? Nothing? The prize is nothing. Here we go. My prize. Fuck this. Is it time for my prize? Hell is a larger room filled with more freaks. What, like at the same time? I could kill any one of those freaks with one hand tied behind my ass. What is this? Oh, that scared the shit out of me! God damn it! This is so perfectly timed. Have I played this before? No, I haven't. Oh! I'll get nothing, huh? All the haters suddenly got real quiet once I got that star. Alright, I'm gonna go into Bubble World. I think the freaks have tired themselves out. Oh, I've been here before. was just activating my secret code. Okay, back into hell. Now let's think about this mathematically. I've never been in this door. There's a ghost and a pipe. And you just go in here. Perfect. Alright, let's just, we got a magic chair, got a rabbit. Unhand me! Ouch! Take it then! A gift from Cuppa! It was. Now let me be. I'm gonna hold on to you. Oh! Okay, we got the magic star. Okay. We got the magic coin. Cup of these balls. What? Let me have that. I'm gonna drown. Luigi? That's right. We got Luigi on deck. He was in the beta for Mario 64 after all. Why is your Nintendo Mario so weird? I don't know what you're talking about. This has always been how Mario's like. Every copy is personalized, you say. Oh, no death? What do you mean, no death? Oh, we got a freak on deck. What it is?
Oh, well. That's
Welcome
faster
to
than I
the
thought. What's
freak
up?
zone. What you have on your mind? What deep-seated values and beliefs do you have brewing in your soul?
I don't got much. I got a story about a couple who spent, I think, $130 for me to drive them about an hour out of town and then back, just so they could take a picture somewhere.
What?
It's kind of fun. Yeah. So I'm an Uber driver, see.
Yeah.
And these people, so I live in a very mystical land called Hawaii. And a lot of tourists come out here. And so this one couple, they were like, hey, can you take us up to Laie? There's this cool cafe up here. Okay, yeah, let's go. It's whatever. It's like an hour-long drive to get up there. We're going, they're pretty quiet. We get up there, and I get there, I'm like, oh, this place is closed. And I mean, the whole time they're going up there, they're like, yeah, no. The girlfriend was like, oh, I saw this place in this movie. I can't even fucking remember the name of the movie. It's like 50th State or whatever. Something like that. But I get there, and I'm like, oh, shit, it looks like the place is closed. I'm sorry. And originally, I was just supposed to drop them off up there. I wasn't supposed to bring them back, you know. But, well, what do you want to do? Because I was kind of, you know, sad for them, because, like, you know, you drive all this way and spend all this money, and they're like, you know, kind of just stranded up there, and they're like, oh, that's okay, could you bring us back too? And I'm like, yeah, sure. And the entire time, they didn't bat a fucking eye at the price increase, because it literally, you know, doubles the fucking price of the ride, at it not being open. Literally nothing batted their eyes, which is kind of scary, which reminds me of just how much money some people have, that they could just say, oh yeah, 150 bucks for, you know, 3 hours of my time to do literally nothing but take a picture. Like, what's up with that?
I mean, that's definitely some rich people type shit. That's that I don't give a fuck about nothing money, I guess. It's a whole different experience, man.
Dude, there's people out there. It's weird.
Yeah, well, it's that's just how it be sometimes. People got all this money they gotta burn. They got all this time I gotta burn, and your time is up. It's time for you to die. Thanks for stopping by.
No problem. VR was fun.
Yeah. It was kinda, you know, it was alright except for that ending. And die they did. And now I touched the magic statue. Yeah, I did this already. I'm so sick of those things with no fucking question mark blocks to hit. They're just empty. Gun load sound effect. Alright. Already with the newest fucking freak here. The guns are cocked. You better be careful. The guns are cocked on your arrival. You're already on thin ice.
So, like, okay, so I have two things that it could be. So, like, I could talk about, like, I guess philosophically how I am with how I view conflict or something. I don't know if that's, but that's not necessarily. Are you more looking for something like that that could just sort of be a conversation that we both like go back and forth and are able to engage with? Are you, or is it but it's kind of not something that I'm like, oh, I hope this doesn't get out because I'm totally going to be a niche internet micro celebrity and I can't have this tarnish my, like.
I'm not looking for something that tarnishes someone's reputation. I'm just looking for something.
It's not gonna tarnish my reputation. I'm just saying, are you looking for people to like break from their like default like 70 Twitter follower?
No, here's what I need, and this is important. I'll crush this Goomba and then go backwards into this shit once again. Fuck. No. What I need. What I fucking need is something that, like, I feel like I've explained this so many times. I'm going to channel this into a single concise word on it. What I need is the opposite of, hey, how are you doing today? Here's what happened to me at work. Or, here's my controversial opinion. Sonic video game sucks. It's like these things that are, quote, controversial, but aren't brave at all. The only thing these remarks indicate to me is that you are not brave, or that you got nothing to say. Nothing, that you're thrown to the chaos of the world and you got nothing out of it. Nothing that you just sort of think at a constant rate. I don't know. The reason I use the word controversial is because I feel that oftentimes the way we actually feel, we choose not to share for fear of the repercussions or judgment. This is a judgment-free zone, other than the judgment of saying something that is so bland, so devoid of experience, so telling of your soul and your values.
Okay, I can understand. Okay, brave. There's something that like kind of I'm just worried that like when I say like if I ever tell people like, look at like misrepresented or they'll like misunderstand.
That's the thing about people. They'll do that regardless. I'm living proof of this. That is a fool's gambit. The fear of misunderstanding. Because even if you take every precaution to be as concise as possible, the avenue is always left open to anybody who wants to make you out to be a monster, or equivalent to that, an asshole who is not as worldly as they are, or well-read as they are. You must
Yeah,
cast
that's
aside
exactly what it
these
is.
fears.
Is that it would. That's exactly what it is. Is this would make me fit into like a box that I gotta be hypersensitive about not fitting into because I'm trans.
Let me look. Okay, this is the worst shit of all. No. Don't say die, chat. This actually. All right. Here's the thing about this. I am so terribly concerned with what you just said, and it's part of the reason why I want to do this. Because the enemy of truth is that. The boxes. There are things we honestly believe but would rather not say because we know what box will be put in. For example, I hate PC culture. I think it sucks. But when you say that, someone doesn't hear, I hate PC culture. They hear like, you're a right-winger. You must believe right-wing stuff and whatever. And it's like, these two things are not mutually exclusive. You're not both by default. You're not some fucking grifter for saying something like that just because grifters also say that.
Yes, okay. Yeah, because, like, people will, like, depending on what you say, because there are people who are going to believe that being trans is a fetish. But, like, okay. I wish I had giant boobs for non-sexual reasons. It would just be super cozy. I would always be able to lay down my head. But if I talk about that, then TERFs are gonna be like, this is why bathrooms.
Well, listen, you're already in the political realm where you will never ever have the benefit of the doubt for any point that you're saying, regardless of what it is. The political realm, that's where you really need to cast aside the fear of the box, because that is baked into the cake. Even if you say the most menial, unoffensive thing you could possibly think of, I'm for good things, I'm against bad things, like...
Yeah, it's like, I'm not gonna end up being one of the good ones.
No, nor should you strive to be. Because, by the way, that'll also get thrown in your face. They'll say they're just trying to be one of the good ones. So that archetype can be used to just shut you down entirely.
And then people would be like, oh, you're being reductive of femininity. And it's, no, this doesn't have to do with that.
You know what?
If I was cis and I was a boy, I'd still want that.
I'm gonna give you a little. I'm gonna put a little skin in the game, to maybe as a peace offering to everyone else who I'm asking to bare their soul. I honestly despise academics like that who use that kind of language. This is reductive to the discussion, this, that, and whatever, because it is such a masturbatory practice. I'm 100% convinced of it, that these discussions mean nothing because they only happen amongst people who are already interested in your issues, who, by the way, have no power at all. Like, the people who need to know about this don't, and they're never targeted like, let me put it to you like this. This is why, for all intents and purposes, politics and political talk online is utter bullshit. It is only to the service of the people doing it. It is sports for them. Because it's like this. The largest voting bloc, unless you're not thinking of electoral politics, which I get why you'd be against it, but you're out of your fucking mind if you think a revolution is happening. Like, that... Capitalism has made people so comfortable with their situation. You're honestly on another fucking plane of existence if you think. So you have to confront the electoral angle of this. So who votes in the elections? Old ass people who don't know any of this, who don't have the slightest idea of like when I go on Twitter and there's some political guy that's in the trending tab. It's like, oh, Vosh said this, and the Destiny thing, Nick Fuentes, Ben Shapiro, fucking whatever. Old people don't know who the fuck any of those people are. They've never heard of that. Old people watch Fox News and CNN, pretty much, or MSNBC. That's like whatever they say is what they know, and their scope of knowledge does not stray 1 inch beyond that. So we're over here picking fights with one another, as the smaller voting demographic in elections, which, by the way, has to be split in half for right-leaning people and left-leaning people, and then split in half again for, like, socialist communist left or, like, Democrat establishment corporatist left. Same thing with the right. Like, Republican, conservative, whatever, or alt-right, this, that, and you fractured so many times. You're talking about such a small amount of people that it is jerking off. It is just a fucking eons-long masturbation session that ends with nothing substantive. So, I'm sorry. So when I hear it's like, yeah, people accuse me of, you know, they'll be like, it's reductive. It's reductive to the conversation, and it's like, well, sorry I ruined your game. sorry that your game got blown up, and that, I mean, like, if anything, at least I contributed to your day, because now you get to type this to me on a social media platform that, once again, the influence of which cannot be understated. Like,
Is that better than my work story?
yeah.
Okay, but also I made Twitter illustration huge, but it's also still not sexual. It would just be so soft to give my friends hugs with.
Dude, and like, okay, see, in a stable world, no one cares about that. Like, this is a fun game of digging for something wrong. This is like, I do think as an art form or as a thought exercise, it's fun to be like, look at this innocuous thing. What if I made this really fucked up? What if I interpreted this in a really fucked up way? And you could do it with anything. Look at me. I just unpaused. I'm playing Mario. I'm playing a Mario hack. Isn't that incredible? Not really. I'm wasting precious resources, electricity that could be used to power my refrigerators, or I could sell that electricity to communities who need it more than I do. But no, I spend my luxuries on video games. And not only that, modded video games that I didn't even pay for, because that's the privilege I indulge in. This can be applied to every action that any human takes at all, and you can do it for fun, but people who do it for serious have nothing going on. This is just to idly pass the time until they die. Like, that's it. That's fucking it. So, yeah, that's how I feel about that. But anywho, I hope you enjoy your boobs, I hope you enjoy your art, and I hope you enjoy your life.
Thank you.
Yep. Bye. See, that went well. Alright. Oh, we got another, why are you playing Luigi without the cap on? Because you know how I'm out here. No cap. Alright. What it is. What you got for me?
Hello again.
Welcome back.
Yeah. You want controversial? I'll give you controversial. I think trannies are gross.
Damn. All right. That is controversial. Let's talk about this. What you got?
I personally believe that a certain part of the transvestite population have some sort of mental health problem.
That's interesting.
Like,
what makes you say that?
From what I have seen from examples that I have seen, a majority of them either stem from some sort of sexual abuse or physical abuse, or they've been groomed on the internet.
Well, wait a minute. So how does that explain... I want to ask you about something. Do you think that explains the existence of...
Well, not all of them, just some of them.
No. But hold on. What I'm asking is... does that apply to trans people in India from long, long ago, do you think? Do you think they also had mental health issues or were groomed?
Wait, this is a thing?
Yeah. So it's... Because, like, I bring it up. The reason I go to that example is because... something that frustrates me about the trans discussion like when it comes to gender identity, is first of all, let me ask you this. I just want to know if we're on the same page. Do you know the difference between gender and sex?
If yes, I do. I believe sex is something that you're assigned to at birth, and gender is something that you kind of grow into. Or,
Yeah, it's essentially, the identity you give yourself, and then all right, so just as long as we got that understanding of this, because
that's understanding.
Because
yeah, I understand that.
Identity goes beyond. It goes beyond like distinguishing a boy or a girl, a man or a woman. Like that's obviously the discussion we see the most of, right? But the reason I brought up India back in the day is because there were genders that were created for religious purposes.
Really?
Yes. And this was, it wasn't seen as, like it was considered a pretty important role to have this specific gender affiliated with religion. It was like, the best way I could describe it is like, if I were to simplify it, it's like, what if there's only 3 genders? Man, woman, priest. It's like, wait a minute. It's like, no, they're
okay.
But so I only bring it up because you say, well, it seems to me that these people are mentally unwell, or they were abused, or this or that. And so I'm just wondering if you also think that to be the case for these gender identities that that come from a religious place for these people who were revered.
I'm going to be genuinely honest with you. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's interesting stuff. I mean, it's
like everything.
But
it's strange. To me, like, I understand that there's some weird shit. It's strange. It doesn't feel natural to me. You know what I mean?
I get that, but
and
no, go on.
I mean, it doesn't feel it doesn't feel natural in a sense of this idea is that a man being dressing up as a woman and a woman dressing up as a man, even though they can identify as the opposite sex, even deep down they're still a man and a woman.
Well, not necessarily. Well, that's why I asked you about knowing because the thing is that I think often gets lost is that someone who identifies as a woman is not asserting that they're a female. They're asserting that they're a woman. Do you get what I'm saying? Like that. So oftentimes, if someone is against someone being trans, and they're like, "Yeah, I'm a woman. This is how I identify." They'll say, "Well, you're still a man," and it's like, that just logically is incorrect. You know what I mean? It's not like a matter of belief or opinion. It's like, because maybe they were biologically male, but male is not man, just like female is not woman. Like the sex of if someone's born a female, they are just a female. Like biologically, they are a female. No one disputes this. Like trans people don't dispute this, and I don't think anyone else would. The dispute comes from when they say I am a woman or I am a man. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I guess so. Hold on.
Because it's a separate thing. Like and that's why I asked you, because a very easy attack to make on trans people is to say that they deny their biology. Like, that it implies that a trans person, like, if someone identifies as a woman and they were born male, it implies that they look down, see a penis, and it was like, no, it's just not there. It's like, they definitely know their biology. Like, they definitely know that.
This is a trans penis, suck it. Like, that sort of thing.
I mean, I guess it's just more to imply that, like, there are talking points generally used by grifters meant to confuse the conversation. And when you boil it down to gender's just different from biology, things start to become more reasonable, because no one argues against biology. Everyone knows what they biologically are. So, I mean, do you disagree?
I don't know. I personally believe that I believe some of them know that they are genderly a male, but they want to identify as male or female. That's fine. Then there are ones that maybe they had some sort of problem, maybe they had some sort of mental health issue, and then there are ones who are doing it,
Well, how about...
There are some, I'm not saying all of them.
No, I understand that, but since you are specifying some, then would it not stand to reason that these people who you are talking about, much like with every other marginalized group to exist, are just assholes looking to capitalize on a trend as opposed to someone?
And that's what I was about to say, is that then there are those, like, a certain, like Jessica Yaniv, who are using it just to, throw their weight around.
I'm not familiar with who that is, but I'll say this. The reason I bring that up is because this isn't exclusive to trans people. Like, I remember, I'm old enough to remember when I was growing up, the cool thing to be was bisexual. And people would just, like, in my high school, they would just say they were bisexual because it required no risk on their part to do. Because, you could be like, I'm bisexual, but I'm just dating people of the opposite sex. It's just a coincidence that that's the only person I date. But as some kind of social credo, they would just say this and ultimately do damage to bisexual people and gay people who, frankly, just want to be left alone. And so, when I see this talk, because that was also the discussion I heard back then about when you had just some people who were pretending to be bisexual. It wasn't, oh, those guys are just assholes. It was like, some gay people are, they're all right, and then others, they just got something wrong with them, or they're doing it for attention, and it doesn't really differentiate between the two, despite the fact that this happens all the time with, like, anything. Just any social movement involving someone who is, in peril in some way. There's always the temptation to say, oh, that's me too. Like, fucking, how long has stolen valor been around for? It's like, I could be this guy who went out to war, or I could just say I am. That's me. I went to fucking Vietnam. Sure, that was before my time, but fuck it. That was me. Like, this...
I went to Afghanistan.
I think that this is a natural instinct that a lot of people have to make themselves, to try and give themselves, ironically in this case, identity without having to go through the hard work of self-introspection. So I think it's unfair to suggest that, there's some trans people who are okay, and then others who are just, they're just mentally ill, or someone, they got abused sexually by someone or groomed or whatever. Like, I think that the discussion of gender identity in general is hard to have because it's very rigid. Like, it's filled with a lot of, I guess I'd call them like rhetorical minefield type stuff, where at a moment's notice you kind of want to hit the button and be like, this conversation's over, you said something fucked up and we're done here.
Yeah.
I think
you wanted controversial, so.
Well, so it's different.
It's not entirely controversial to you, but
no, it's. I mean, but I've also, I've read up on a lot of this, and I've had many an argument with trans people and trans skeptics alike, and have walked away frustrated in both instances, because usually, like what I notice the most about this argument is that no one is on the same page at all. Even the people who should really know what they're on about. And you'll get some people who will just say something inflammatory and walk away from it because they don't want to examine it any longer than it took for it to come out of their mouths. And then that's the end of it. And I get that. But but here is largely the problem, I think. It's talking about identity first and foremost, which is in abstract. It is entirely abstract. Eventually you hit that wall where it is an abstraction. I think for some people that's too much. For others, they just deny that there's abstraction to identity, which is just out of hand ridiculous. It's identity. Identity is one of the most abstract concepts there is. You can't hand wave that off. Yeah. But where this becomes critical, like here's an example. Like I argued with a non-binary person once, and there was a moment in our argument where they suggested that whether or not you can explore your gender identity is genetic. You're either born with the ability to do so, or you're not. Mm-hmm. Which to me is ridiculous. Like, there's no way. Like, that's utterly foolish. Like, so if you're born like this straight guy, your just mind is completely shut to the concept of gender identity or identifying as this, that, or whatever. It's simply up to a genetic dice roll. Like, that's ridiculous. And then you argue with someone else and they go, well, obviously that's ridiculous. And then you argue with another person like, no, well, that first person was right. And I get it. There's no precedent of gay people. There's no precedent of queer anything. There's no central authority on this. So you're kind of left to your own logic with just the indisputable facts anyway. And so responding to you, here's what I'd say. If being trans is mental illness, then nearly all things we do are mental illness. And the reason I say that is because being trans is performative. Not performative as in it's a lie. Performative in the same way, like, let me give you this example. Let's say you're a biker. You're just in a biker gang, whatever. The details are not important.
Yeah.
Now, someone in a biker gang is probably going to wear fucking leather jacket and sunglasses. Maybe they got a cool comb in their pocket. What the fuck ever.
Yeah.
Now, does wearing a leather jacket and sunglasses and a comb make you a biker? No. They're just pieces of clothes. Like, what makes you a biker, I assume there is a solid foundation and, owning a motorcycle, at least that, like, it's in the fucking name. but if someone is a motorbiker and they wear a fucking leather jacket and sunglasses, whatever, do we say that they're faking it or they're mentally ill? No. Like, it's not necessary to be a biker, but it is, it's sort of like, it's the flair that comes with it. It's part of their identity, as this person they want to be. In the same way that, you know, like, when someone tells me they're trans, they tell me what their identity is, it affects me in the same way as someone telling me what hat they bought, you know, what outfit they're wearing, how they choose to present themselves. That's as deep as it has to go. It doesn't have to be deeper than that. And so my question to you then would be, do you believe that someone just presenting themselves to reflect this idea of themselves they want to project, is that mental illness? Do you think the biker guy who wears the jacket and whatever is mental illness? Or do you think that all performative behaviors are inherently dishonest?
That's a good, big thinking time right there.
That's why I asked for the controversial ones.
Mr. I love this. I love the chat. I don't know. Personally, you know, it's just weird. The motorcyclist doesn't have a mental illness. No, he might if he's crazy.
Sure,
Yeah.
but you know, that's the same thing with a trans person. They might if they're crazy, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's a joke, but you know, speeding down the highway, weaving in and out of cars, and not all of them are like that.
Right, but that is based off of that is not baked into who they are, though. That is very much like, well, that depends.
It was a joke.
Right, but that's
yeah.
I'm not trying to like nail you down to this joke. I'm just saying, like, to further my point, it's like, right, it depends on what they do beyond that, because you can be a biker and not weave in and out of traffic, just like you can be a trans person and not be mentally ill by default. You could still be a mentally ill trans person. Like, you can be trans and then be like, I just want to collect knives and fucking kill people. Like, that's certainly possible.
Like I said before, not all of them are like that. I've mentioned this before, and I don't know. It seems that that's just my belief, and you know, I like having conversations. It's nice to listen to other people and hear their take. You know, my eyes have been open to certain things, but does it change? Will it affect my opinion? Probably. But you know, it just my thing still stands. Is it just feels unnatural, and that's my opinion. And you have your opinion too. You're more educated on this than I am. You know.
Well, I'd hope so. I mean, I'm doing this whole project about it, so I'm trying to keep on it. But I would give you a word of caution. Just, I mean this, because I think this is good advice for anybody. Just, I beseech everyone to separate how media wants you to view people versus how they actually are. There are many monetary incentives to view every group of person as their most extreme, unpresentable version of themselves.
Yeah.
This is like, this goes to
with conservatives, Democrats, white people, black people.
Yeah, whenever you
no.
turn on, and I mean, like, look, that's basically the job of YouTube, the job of social media, is to find the most sensational version of a person, no matter how destructive it is to present as the truth of all things, like the hardened monolith of a group, and be like, this is how they're all like. Like, you know, if you think of when someone says the word feminist to you, I'll bet you anything, the image that comes to your mind is probably that red-haired, you know, glasses wearing, screaming about something. And most sensible people would see that caricature and be like, that's obviously ridiculous.
Well,
you know?
yeah, of course it's ridiculous.
And then, but the implication in that is pretty much like, you should discard anyone who thinks even remotely like this person out of hand. Like, that feminism in all ways is just utterly stupid, like this person you've just seen that is very stupid. This can be applied every which way that you could possibly think of to any group of people. It's like, would it be sensational and whatever to be? I mean, like, I assume you are a conservative from the way that you talk.
I do have conservative leanings, but I do have other leanings.
Right, but would you say that you're generally lean conservative, at least right wing?
Yes, in some cases, and others I'm not.
Then I know for a fact then that you've definitely seen the news show off the absolute dumbest version of a conservative for a story.
Oh, and I've seen the dumbest version of a liberal.
Yes,
too.
but what I'm saying is, but that's the point I'm making, is that no one is immune to this. You know what I mean? Like,
You're not immune to propaganda.
Well, yeah, like I'm a leftist, that's my leaning, and I see left-leaning people in the news or on Twitter all the time that make my blood boil because they are so mind-numbingly stupid that I think to myself, if I wasn't politically affiliated and I saw that, I'd never be a leftist. If, like, that's what I thought leftism was like this fucking idiot saying all this shit to me, I would never want to go near it. And it's the same thing with political affiliations. It's the same thing with trans people. It's the same thing with any sort of movement. It can easily be poisoned just by the media around you convincing you what that movement is.
So, I mean, look at the video game industry.
Right. So what I'm saying to you is, when you say, well, it feels unnatural to me to be trans, consider that maybe what feels unnatural to you is what social media, the news is telling you, what they're telling you trans people are.
Yeah, I guess that is a part of that.
Yeah, I mean, it must be. Like, that's, again, no, like you said, no one's immune.
Part of it, but the other part is stuff that I've kind of, it's kind of made up on my own.
Sure, but
and like you said before, we're not immune to propaganda.
No, we aren't.
I don't care if you want to be trans. I probably won't associate with you, but hey, you do your thing, I'll do my thing. That's my thing. There's a reason why I don't tend to share a lot of my opinions.
I see. No, I get that.
And trust me, if I wanted to say what I wanted to say, people would hate the shit out of me. But I only there's the old saying that people wear 3 masks: one that you wear in front of the people you love, the other people that you know, and the other there's the mask that you wear yourself. Whatever that old Japanese proverb is.
I see.
It's kind of like that,
Yeah, I get
don't
that.
know.
But
Nobody knows me on here, so
yeah, I mean, fair enough. We're only scrutinizing what ideas you present to be scrutinized, but all the same, it is equally as important to remember that no idea is above scrutiny. None.
Of course.
So, I'll say this. I hope you consider my words with great and heavy weight.
Yeah.
And I will be moving on to the next freak who decides to show up here.
All right.
But
okay, Conjure. Yeah, but anyway, God bless to you. Thank you for having me on again.
Yep. I'll see you on the other side.
Talk to you later, brother. Bye-bye.
Well, that was interesting. And to Mario it goes. I checked out halfway through to discuss base and superstructure. That sounds interesting. I thought I made a good case. I hope you agree. I'm usually just uncomfortable talking about the whole trans this, but this whole conversation kind of brought a whole new perspective for me to look at. Well, that's the only way people are gonna... As far as I'm concerned, talking about it this way is the only way people will be willing to open themselves up to, ideas they otherwise wouldn't. That was a mind-blowing take on identity? Oh, what part? Sorry, that was so boring, though. I'll have to disagree. I mean... It is pretty, yes, it's pretty mild, it's very common, but it's not often that I get to have a civil, look, if someone opens up a conversation with, I think trans people are mentally ill, but they're willing to hear out the other side of it. In my eyes, that's just, I don't know, that's an opportunity you don't pass up to just out of the sort of perceived mildness of it. That even the biker, every aspect of how we present ourselves is identity. Well, yeah, it's identity. You look up identity, it's not the definition is whether you think you're a man or a woman or non-binary. It's how you identify. It's what makes you identifiable. So, oh, we got some freaks here. What's good? What do you got for me?
Well, so, what I wanted to say was, I will preface it with this sentence. Animators and a fairly large majority of the animation community are a bunch of babies.
You're just buttering up to me.
But did you see what there was a bunch of people on social media and whatnot that were mad because of the Oscars? They said something about animation is for children.
I already know where this is going. Listen, I'm just gonna be real with you. That shit's actually funny. Usually it pisses me off when they're bitching about stuff, but the fact that this was the night that, Will Smith slapped Chris Rock, and that's obviously the only thing anyone's talking about. You can't go anywhere without hearing someone say, "Did you hear about Will Smith and Chris Rock?" And then hearing these limp dick fucking losers go, "They said animation was for children? Well, that's bullshit." I think it's dude, no one is fucking, not one bitch is listening to you right now. Straight up. So that was just that was so fucking humorous. Because yeah, man, literally the last possible detail that anyone was considering with the Oscars was that fucking remark. So good for them. Honestly, yeah, that was so fucking funny, and it's I don't know, it's interesting because in concept, adult animation is the coolest shit ever. I'd like to see more of it. But the people complaining about it are in the industry that only makes children's animation, unless it's for like some Family Guy style, like animated in the worst possible terms you could imagine. Fucking puppet rigged nonsense. Uh-oh, did you have sex in my cartoon?
We joke, haha, sex, swear words, and then that's about it.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, that was actually supremely funny, because that was the most, and for animators in the industry who do a lot of circle jerking already, that was the most intense version of it ever. Because no one other than animators was talking about that too. I know, right? So fucking horrible. I storyboard for SpongeBob, by the way. Like, just whatever. That was pretty goofy that they did that. I hope that they throw like a really cool protest eventually. They go to Will Smith's house and they're outside with like signs and stuff that say animation is for adults, so you can just be like confused.
Will Smith, we need you to voice a fish again.
Oh shit, I ended up in hell again. But no, I would fucking love like Chris Rock to talk about, be like, Chris Rock, what do you think about the Oscars? Please tell. Be like, listen, I'm obviously upset that they said animation was for kids, because like it's pretty fucked up. Doesn't even mention any of the Will Smith stuff. Like,
I got slapped. I don't even remember that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I don't even remember that. He a bitch. That was the most limp-wristed slap. No, but it's yeah. That's So anyway, did you just come in to say something I very obviously agree with? Or...
No, I had more.
I see.
But I thought it was funny that a lot of people were arguing, oh, there's animation that's for adults though. But anyone who was bringing up animation that was for adults or not specifically towards children was showing people who are like independent animators. It's like grabbing a clip. It's like grabbing a clip of like Harry Partridge and going, look, this animation's for an adult. And it's like, yeah, but that's not on TV. It's not a mainstream animation.
I fucking goddamn those people. You know what? I'm gonna be real, because like, there's been all that talk about the New Deal for animation and whatever, and It's like, yeah, give it to the indie people. Give the indie people a new fucking deal. We've been carrying you fucking assholes for years while you churn out shit at such an alarming, insane rate, while always jumping over your dick to justify it somehow. Like, give us the fucking New Deal. We'll actually use the money for something good, instead of Chip and Dale Movie 2, Sonic 4 movie, and 3 more after that. Make it an established movie in-universe franchise. What other animated classics do they have going on? What else do they have in the fucking chamber over there? Like, I swear to God, it is for kids. All they make is swill for dumbass children, so that's their fault. Like, they reinforced the stereotype themselves. So, anyway.
Yeah, I don't... Because, like, what was the last, like, adult-oriented animated thing that came out in movies? I think it was, like, 5 years ago, and that was Sausage Party.
Oh, Lord.
So, to compare, like, oh, it's a legitimate genre, it's a legitimate, media. It is, but you can't really compare something like Frozen to something like Citizen Kane.
No, you can't. I'll say this though.
Not gonna work.
I'm gonna tell you something. I watched an adult animated movie just a week or two ago, and it was incredible. I mean, it's old, but have you ever seen Redline?
I hope not.
It is awesome. It's like the line I'll use to sell it. It's like if F-Zero was an anime movie that was animated super fucking well. Like, that was the first movie I've seen in a long time where I saw like the first few frames of the visuals and I was like, oh man, this is awesome. Like, this makes sense that this artist made a movie, because this visual style deserves to be a movie. Like, this is great.
Sounds neat. How do I
yes.
check that out then?
Definitely check it out. Definitely check out Redline. That shit's awesome. The ending is kind of goofy. I mean, a lot of it in there is goofy, but I give a pass over the dumb scenes because like so much of it was just like, yeah, this is sweet. So, anyway, appreciate you stopping by. Hope you take the recommendation to heart. Have a good life.
Definitely, man.
Yeah.
You too.
See ya. Yeah, Redline in the chat. Oh, we got Redline lovers in the chat. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's what it's all about. Gonna head to bed. Have a good night, Connor. Well, see you around, Clazomaniac. Never seen, want to? Oh, you should. Oh, you should. Don't fuck around with that. Alright, what it is. What you got for me?
Oh, I'm back. I'm invoking the double jeopardy rule.
Alright, double jeopardy. You're on.
So I'll take, never mind, I'm not gonna joke. But, so, I don't even remember what I heard, and I kind of tuned back into the stream, like, 40 minutes ago, I believe you were talking to, it was whoever was before that guy who just opened with the hot and spicy, trans discussion.
Oh, yeah.
Which, you know what, I will say, good for that guy for, being able to, like, sit there and rationally have that discussion.
Yeah, honestly. I mean, that's all you can really ask for.
Yeah, you know what? I think a lesser person would have just been like, like the Ben Shapiro like impression, like no, you're wrong. No, like you know, like so you know, he kind of rolled with the punches there. And not that you were being super hard on him, but you know, you like presented ideas and facts, and he was like, oh, you know what, actually, which. I think if everyone was like that, if every discussion went like that, there'd be no war, there'd be no conflict. But,
that'd be pretty sick.
Well. But I was kind of, I don't even remember what triggered it, but my thought was, how often do you think like people just kind of expose their own like deeper thoughts accidentally?
Oh, always. There's
like constantly, right?
I think even without saying shit, like I can take a look at a person and then hear the way that they talk, the way that they might order a sandwich, and know nearly everything about them.
See, that seems a bit judgmental.
It does, but like, I've suffered the onslaught of people. I've been out there in the trenches.
I have too. I mean, they say like have you ever heard this? That, like, your first impression is like the most accurate. Like, whatever your first impression of someone is, like that like instinct of like reaction of how you feel about them is like the most accurate thing you can feel towards them in the moment.
I've heard that before. I don't know if that's like necessarily the stock I put into it. It's just like I think people are largely creatures of habit, and certain habits can dictate what other habits someone will have. Now, by the way, this is a diagnostic tool for social assistance. It's not the end-all be-all rule on socializing with people, obviously, but like, for example, if someone wears Crocs, I can infer a lot about that person.
Yeah, what, that they get no bitches?
I mean, not that they get no bitches, but bitches is no that they get.
Yeah, I think we got a Crocs wearer in here.
No, just like if someone like I'll try to think of a less jokey example, but
so like here's my thing, and like I mean like there's like minor examples. Like I can think of just in my day-to-day life from like the last month, but to use like a more like major example, I think comes up with race all the time, especially these days, and especially with liberals.
Wait, explain that?
So like, and I can just think of like examples of people I know personally who have like when the subject of race in America comes up, invariably they get on some really like white savior shit.
White savior?
Yeah, where they're kind of like, oh well, you know, we need to take care of those people because they can't take care of themselves. They get on, like, that kind of
I
shit.
know
You know what I'm
exactly
talking
what
about?
you're talking about. This is like personified the idea of doing the right thing for the wrong reason. Like literally
Yeah.
doing the right thing
Well, but
because
you're not-
someone told you it's right and you never actually came to the conclusion that it's the right thing to do.
Well, I think it comes, especially with some people I know who come from, like, I come from, like, a middle class background, right?
Yeah.
Like, and, you know, people I know who come from, like, wealthier backgrounds, where their kind of thing is like, oh, well, it's not like a thing about, like, on average, you know, their thing with isn't like, oh, well, certain minority groups, you know, come from, on average, and I don't want to get super deep into this because this isn't like the main thing, but like this is just like I think the most prescient. I'm probably using that word wrong, but the most prescient example in like modern day America, where like, and you can just see it like any time of day, anywhere you look, and you just have these people who will just go like, oh well, you know, as if they'll discuss these topics as if there is a certain inborn racial element to poverty in minority communities, and not that there's not that there are certain common denominators of socioeconomic strife that are common across racial groups in the, not just in America but in the Western world as a whole. And the world over, you know. So it's like when you get into this thing where it's like, I firmly, because I'm in the camp where I firmly believe that when you give a willing, mentally and physically able person the resources to succeed, they will succeed. Right? When you give them the knowledge and means to uplift themselves, they will do that. Enthusiastically, right?
Yeah, I somewhat agree.
Right? Where it's like when you, it's like when you give people want to work, right? At the end of the day, people want to be busy. People want to, you know, do these things. And when you give them the opportunity, they're gonna go, oh shit, what else am I gonna do? Nothing. And then especially when they have, more money to work with for whatever reason, whether it's because they don't have to pay as much taxes or it's because property values are low for, you know, for good reasons, not bad ones. But, you know, it's like this whole thing where you see all this discussion about it where, and the flip side of this is, you see, I mean, you're also a melanin deficient American, as I understand it.
Yeah, I'm Irish,
yeah.
so I'm about as melanin deficient as I can possibly be.
You're not as pasty white as can be. I feel me too, buddy. And fucking, you get these people who they sort of, again, it comes back to this genetic determinism where they sort of have to believe that like, that there's like this inherent original sin to being white, right? They have to believe that, you know, in this case it's racism, right? It's like, oh, well, white people are just racist by default, which is like obviously not true. That's such a stupid fucking thing to believe. But like, what I realized is, I was like, how could anyone like think that? And what I realized over time was like, it feeds into this, the savior complex, into this idea that by being average, by being not racist, the thing most people just are, especially in the modern day, well, I don't know about now, but like, you know, like most people who were growing up in like the 90s to 2000s in like most parts of the country were like raised to judge people by the contents of their character, not the color of their skin or whatever other inborn traits they have. By believing that you are special for beating that very bare minimum of anything, you can now just step back and go, well, I've cleansed myself of this original sin, right? I have I have fixed myself, and therefore I am the paragon. And I think we're just seeing this on a mass scale right now.
Well, yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm gonna be real with you. So, a lot of our problems especially when it comes to race, are born out of this idea of not understanding why something's right and why something is wrong.
Yeah.
You are talking to... So when you talk to someone who doesn't know, generally, they will be desperate to accommodate that. They'll be like, oh, well, just tell me what to do. Just tell me what to do and I'll do it. And what is unfortunate is what people are told to do to solve the problem actually doesn't solve any problem because the solutions proposed are meant
by the government, I mean.
Well, by the government or by any sort of mainstream outlet where you might hear, what can we do about
fix anything?
Because well, no, you might fix something, but it'll be something really stupid or surface level, and it's because we want the discussion to be as comfortable as possible, generally. The way things are now, you know, there's a lot of monetary benefit if you're a powerful entity, but I'm also going to suggest that the rise of the alt-right is largely attributed to white people who are confused about what actually solves the problem and what doesn't, and because they don't really know, well, let me make sure I phrase this right. It's the idea that eventually, after succumbing to dumb concepts like white guilt, like I think white guilt is a pretty stupid
absolutely
concept.
It's the dumbest thing.
Yeah, like
again, it's original. It's like it's like the Christian concept of original sin, but like repackaged in a secular way.
Right. Like I think that I'm very much in favor of people having an accurate history of our country, of like what happened. And what happened to black people, pretty bad.
Yeah.
Like no one disputes that, and I would hope that no one disputes that that's not like fixed. We've definitely made strides, but that's not fixed. But this idea of like I remember seeing some shit where it's like reverse slavery day, where like the white guy
white
goes in
people
chains,
and
and
I
it's
know
like that's
exactly
not.
what you're talking about.
This is the exact kind of non-effectual solution that seems to get. It'll be bullshit like that. It's like, oh yeah, do this shit.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like, no one wants to like fix like inner city schools. No one wants to like do the things that would benefit like minority, not just minority communities, but just poor communities in general.
Well, sure,
in
but
the country,
I will
because-
also say, because I want to make this point real quick, because you brought up the idea of if you give someone the resources to save themselves from a shitty situation, that most people are inclined to do so. I'm honestly half and half on that. Like, I don't know if you're familiar with, like, I'm going to give you a study on homeless people, for example, because I think it's applicable to this conversation. Commonly, what you'll see with homeless people who get fucking shelter for the first time in their lives, like, you bring them in and you're just helping them and they have access to these bathrooms. Like, I think one of the most common reported behaviors is they like fucking destroy shit.
Yeah,
like things that sabotage, you know, their own well-being. And there's a logical connecting thread to that, which is when you do that, at least in the reports I read, that is done so that like the homeless person can feel a sense of control over their situation and their life, even if it's to their own detriment. It's like, yeah, I can fuck this up. So these are hurdles you have to overcome to get to that place where people can save themselves. Because if you don't even have a concept of that, like if you don't have a frame of reference for what saving yourself is, then there's no fucking way. Like, you need to... I think that you can do it if you assist people knowing that going into it. Because this easily applies to race. Like, black people have historically been poor. Like, historically. Which is why, you know, even just something sweeping like fucking Yang's UBI or whatever, like even that would be such a boon, you know, to the most vulnerable.
I will disagree on the homelessness thing in that homelessness is so extremely different even from poverty, like poverty for people who have like homes and not even some jobs in some cases where they have that the stability of having a home, right, is having that first step. Like where homelessness, like to even get there for like 90% of people who like get to and stay in homelessness, it's not because I couldn't get a job or this, that, or the other thing. It's like, oh, they had an addiction or they had like severe untreated underlying mental health issues. You know what I'm saying?
Right, but
so I think that's what that's the difference in like the homeless population, where it's like you see it all the time, right? Like politicians have made grifts out of it. Again, we're getting really off from like the silly thing I wanted to start with. But, like politicians have made whole grifts out of this. There's like a thing in California where I forget what city it was in. I think it was like a state government thing. Oh, but it's like, oh, they ran this program to house homeless people, right? Oh, it's so good. We're gonna house homeless people, and they filled the homes up with like the nastiest, crazy people and drug addicts they could find. They filled these apartment buildings up, and wouldn't you know it, all these neighborhoods that supported these programs, the property value gets driven way, 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 way down. And all the paying tenants move out of those apartment buildings, and the landlords sell the buildings, right? They sell the property, and who do you think they sold the property to? The city. They sell it to the government. So now all of a sudden you had all these like government, like, you know, you had all these like big corporate backed, like, you know, big government backed corporate you know, developments in these you know, Californian cities. I'm pretty sure it was California.
Yeah,
but,
well, I gotta say, the more you describe this, the more it seems actually very analogous to my point rather than opposite.
No, but I'm saying, like, yes, what you're saying about homeless people is true. What I'm saying is, I think with like homeless people is a very specific situation.
I think black people have a very specific situation. A lot of what keeps a lot of what fucks them up can be attributed to very specific instances rather than, well, they've just generally had a bad time.
Well, like, yes, but like in like with homeless people, it's like it is an extreme low outside of the norm. Where like there is, unfortunately, this is true for all of history. There is a norm to poverty, right? That you can that is more easily remedied than homelessness.
Right, but
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but if the powers that be want to ensure that the poverty situation is never remedied.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's the problem.
Yeah, so I've just, to me, I don't see how these same afflictions would not have, because, like, I get it. Homeless, you're literally homeless. But at least, you know, it's like, let me put it to you like this.
Okay. I do get because I get what you're saying, and there are analogies for people who like who do have like homes or like a support system beyond that, because there are, like, you know, I've heard of cases where like people get jobs, right? Like they're jobless for like however many years, they get a job, and then it's like, but then like I actually know I know someone whose dad did this, or like his dad, it was like, you know, his dad was getting a job for the first time in years, and then like literally it was like 2 days on the job, it was like, oh, I hurt my leg, and they were bullshit anyway. They weren't, you know, you know, oh, they weren't good for me anyway. They were a bunch of clowns, and you know, it was such and such and such, right? And I can't get into details on that for reasons, but you know, so I get what you're saying on that, but again, even this guy, I would put in the extreme category, right? Where the extreme atypical category.
I have to I have to wonder how all of this still explains the idea that if you are black and you really don't even have an idea of like what it's like to be able to save yourself, like even if the effects are not as strong, like because what I'm thinking of immediately is, I'm sure you're familiar with, there was a, I think this was pretty recently if I recall, there was essentially a law that sort of caused the stereotype of like the black kid without a father. That it was, I don't remember the specifics, only that there were benefits that families could not receive if like if there was shit. All I remember about it is that the fathers had to leave so that the families could receive these benefits, or some kind of there was some kind of loophole that this was literally the only way that you could get benefits for your family, is if, you know, father divorced, left, wasn't there, and then it caused. I'm gonna have to look that up because I don't want to bring up something that I'm being very vague about.
Yeah.
But this, when you have something that, by just assuming that you know I'm correct about this and not bullshitting you, like just presupposing that.
You are an internet content creator. You would never lie.
Sure, but presupposing I'm not bullshitting this, and maybe someone in the chat actually knows what it is, but that I'm not bullshitting you. This is a problem caused by the system on purpose that creates this whole generation of black kids who grew up without a fucking dad. Like, the law is, it's not, because it doesn't literally say it in the law, if you are black and you have a dad, you will not get help. But like all bullshit that's meant to fuck people over, it's basically extremely implied. It's like, no, that just happens to be the end result of the law. So...
Well, I don't mean to imply, right? Like, I don't want you to think I'm sitting here going like, oh yeah, all things currently are perfect and as great as they should be and ever will be. I'm saying, like, they aren't, and part of the problem is shit like that, right? That's what I'm saying. It is not like if we just, you know, fixed everything tomorrow, everything would be, you know, why don't we just push the button? I'm like, no, I'm saying it's all part of a really long process that has to start somewhere. And like a big thing I remember learning about this in high school, like the cycle of poverty, right? Where it's like a lot of people who are poor currently in the U.S. do have like influxes of money that could, in the long run, help them like get better houses, or you know move to better neighborhoods, make investments, you know, shit like that, or get important like healthcare procedures done, shit like that, and they don't, because on average poor people just go, oh, I have $200. That $200 isn't going to exist in like a day. I have to spend it. You know what I'm saying? They don't think, oh, okay, I can put that in like my bank account, or even not in my bank account. I put that in a shoebox in my closet. You know what I'm saying? Like, those are the issues we have to tackle, and they're just not getting tackled.
But someone in chat kind of pointed this out, and I agree with them, which is, I don't know where the disagreement is coming from on this then, because I agree with that, and also think it's to my point.
Yeah, I think we're just, I think there's a little misunderstanding.
Maybe.
I think we had a cute little misunderstanding on the internet, you know, it happens.
I was suggesting that...
I'm just glad we got to it before we doxed each other.
Right. I just want to reaffirm my point to see if we even disagree at all, because maybe we don't. Like, the point I was making was that you have to solve things like the poverty cycle before you can just go in there and give out the means to save yourself.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like like that is like like that's what I mean. Like when I like earlier I said like when you give, you know, people who have like the knowledge and all of that, right?
Yeah.
That that's like the that was like the skip to like obviously it's like which isn't to say like not all poor people don't know how to support themselves. I guess is like if there is going to be disagreement, whereas like there are people who are live in poor conditions currently who do have the knowledge to and maybe lack the resources or have the resources but lack the knowledge. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, listen, I mean, I'm on full disclosure. I'm on fucking food stamps right now, so I would consider myself among those people that I'm like,
yeah,
I'm in a squeeze right now, but
dude, didn't you say you made $3 on a YouTube video before?
Over the lifetime of the video.
Yeah,
yes.
like so, like I don't know how I'm supposed to believe that. I'm sorry.
Christ on the cross. No, so I mean, I take to your point only because if you're wrong, then that means I'm fucked. I think I could get myself out of this situation. I have an idea or two, but it also largely got brought on because I'm sick. So it's like, well.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
It'd be like that, but I'm optimistic.
No, I mean you have to be.
Yeah, but yeah, I just think it's definitely a good idea to consider all the hurdles before, because my fear is that we'll jump straight into like, oh well, let's give every poor person in trouble $1,000, and then when it all gets blown because not everyone knows what to do with it, they'll be like, there it is, the proof that this was a stupid idea to try to help the poor.
Oh, I think that's what people want at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Like especially the white savior types, they want to just be like, oh, see, I knew we just couldn't trust them.
Well, in fairness, those people always want a solution that involves just giving money. Like that's the
exactly.
That's the easiest one. God forbid we understand anybody, but
Well, it's always giving money, or it's just like the defeatist, like, oh well, they just can't. Like, I can't tell you how many times, like the last 2 years especially. Again, bringing this back around to like people revealing way too much in very few words, or exposing their greater beliefs in very few words. I can't tell you how many times I've heard the phrase, well, they just can't help themselves, and like it's really ramped up in the last 2 years.
I mean, yeah, I personally think this is just outside of that, it is a huge issue, almost like the fetishizing minorities, like they are ineffectual babies incapable of literally anything, which
it's crazy.
Yeah,
I'm like, how do you get to this? How do you it's one thing when I meet people who are like unabashed racists and believe that. It's another thing when it takes this progressive bigotry of low expectations angle.
I'm gonna tell you one more thing, and then I'm gonna switch to the other guy because we've been at it for a while.
Sorry.
But I think that I have this theory that always proves true, which is, and it's not that important. It's just kind of funny. If you stay on Twitter long enough, the progressive position will be something out of the alt-right.
Oh, absolutely. Every time.
I remember when, I had this argument with I'll keep this very short. I had an argument with a friend of mine. He became a Nazi out of the blue one day. He's not anymore, but it was pretty fucked up. And then we were arguing one day, and he was like, you're a Jew because your mom's a Jew. And I'm like, that makes no sense. You're literally just deciding that I'm a Jew. And then I talked to my mom, and I was like, this fucking guy said I was a Jew because you're a Jew. Can you believe that? And she was like, well, actually, that is how it works. I was like, what?
Yeah, that's the general rule.
He's like, yeah, that's just how it's always been. So, what was funny was that the reason I brought it up was just because, so for a while, I was hearing Jew is a race from this Nazi. And then I was like, yeah, I mean, this is kind of fucked up. And then that Whoopi Goldberg shit happened on The View. And suddenly people were like, how can Whoopi not know that Jews are a race? And I was like, alright, that's cool. Okay.
But Whoopi Goldberg also, have you ever heard the story Whoopi Goldberg changed her name? Her stage name is Whoopi Goldberg because she was like, well, the industry's run by Jews, so I want a Jewish name.
Is that true?
Apparently. I've heard that. I've heard that many times over the years, so I'm not sure how true it is, but it's funny, so I want it to be true.
Alright, well, on that note, That's gotta be where we call it, because that poor Jupe has been waiting for like 3 years.
I'm sorry. Goodbye, Kaja.
Alright, see you. Alright, I mean, went decently well. I just, I feel like it was confusing what we were disagreeing on for a while. But, well, giving people $1,000 a check every month, what are you expecting? That's not even close to rent. Oh yeah, living off $1,000 is not easy. That's what I did for like 7 years. Alright, you're in.
Hello.
What you got?
I got two things, but I'll start with the, really, I don't know how controversial it is, I'll be honest with you.
Alright.
Like cars. I hate cars.
You hate cars?
Yeah. Not in like an exaggerated sense, I just like, I think it's time to move on.
It's time to move on from cars?
No. Yeah. I don't know, it's something about like the culture and behind cars, you know. There's like a lot of shit.
I mean, yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think that's very controversial, but, you know,
yeah.
There's a lot to hate with cars.
There's a lot to hate.
I didn't drive cars until like I got my license when I was 18, just to, because that's a good thing to do, I think. But
yeah,
I didn't own a car until last year. I would just always ride my bike and fucking walk. It's like, fuck a damn car. I sort of had a spiteful hatred for cars.
I think that's where I'm at right now.
But, yeah, I don't know. I mean, what are you just like, fuck it, we need something new?
Yeah, I'm thinking about it and it's like, well, like if you live in an urban area, right, where everything's kind of there, you don't need a car and people know that. You ride a bike or you walk and that's perfect. But then you live in like suburban areas where everything's really spaced out. And it's like, you can ride a bike, but there's usually not a lot of designated space for it. You're probably gonna end up on the road. And that's not bad or anything, but it pisses people off and I don't know, it's not the ideal way of transportation. So like you can take buses or I guess Uber is becoming like the new thing. And that's good on like emissions and it helps people make money. But
yeah, I guess. I just want fucking solar power. That was always my animus towards cars, was that like they were bad for the environment. But now the environment's so fucked, I don't know, man.
Yeah, now you're getting the electric cars, but like they're not the most affordable thing yet, and like I'm not knowledgeable on the subject. I'm not what you would consider a car freak. But yeah, you got like Tesla and shit, and that's really just like for rich people. And they're not really better. They are better objectively, but like they're not the perfect alternative.
Yeah, I get that. I was like always... That's always actually what kind of confused me about Elon Musk and all that shit, was like, everybody hates him because he's annoying on Twitter, but I guess I give him a little credit for at least making electric cars fashionable, right? Like, I feel like that's a good thing, but I guess I don't know how much that lets you get away with just fucking saying stupid shit all the time. But I don't know, I also don't keep up with him that much, so. But anyway, thanks for sharing about cars.
Yeah,
and
no
I'll
problem.
see you in the next life.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright. That had a lot to it. There was cars, there was shit. I was gonna make that a Green Mario joke, but it's literally Green Mario. Damn straight. Is that Green Mario? Well, he says yeah. Alright. This person has come in like 4 times. If there's not a new person after this one, I'm done. I'm done with the stream stuff. Alright, the pressure's on. You've shown up like 7,000 times. If you say some stupid shit, you will be destroyed immediately.
I wanted to thank you because I came on here and was like, and said something. I was like, shit, what would people say if I said this? And I said it, and then somebody came on and said something directly after in response to it, and I was like, oh, that's what they would say.
Yeah,
It wasn't even, it wasn't even what I was looking for, but it was just, oh, it's not a question anymore. That solves a problem, and I didn't know it would.
I mean, yeah, I told you. I told you. That's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Maybe in more extreme terms than you expect, but will otherwise always... It'll find you.
I was not expecting to not give a shit about that, though. I always give a shit about that. I always need everyone to approve of me, but that happened, and I was like, I don't give a shit. And that's new.
Huh. Well, hopefully that is a sign of something good and not something bad. Is what
I
I'll
mean,
say.
like, I'm super, like, very much a people pleaser, but at the same time, just because of the way that I view other people and the nature of, I don't know, for some reason I don't view other people as my enemy, even though it feels like I have reason to.
Fair enough.
It's weird. I don't know how to rationalize it. I don't know that it is a rational position, but it's just something about... Even when it would be easier for me to write someone off, my brain just doesn't want to, even when I want to.
Well, maybe, just maybe... No, I don't know. I guess that's just how it be sometimes. But
Yeah, and I appreciate you having the conversation with that guy that you did. And I don't know. I wish I could. There's one of those things. There's nothing to be said because people say, well, a lot of the time when people are saying stuff like that, people get dismissive about it, and it's. I don't. If like the thing is, I'm trans. If every time that came up, I spent as long as you did having that conversation, I would not have any time where I'm not having that conversation.
well, I think that's the benefit of not being trans is I've not built, like, people don't often ask me about that, so I have the patience to, you know, it's not something that strikes a nerve immediately, which I think is basically how it's all supposed to work, right? Like,
Yeah, it's when people do that though, for some reason I just don't have the energy to get angry. I don't get angry about it, I get exhausted about it.
yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I fucking, you know, I hear something like that, and I'm like, well, let's just see what I can convince someone of. But then I look in the mail and see jury duty summons, and I'm like, I don't even want to fucking move. I can't do this, man.
And I kind of want to think that, like, me not bringing myself to view people as an enemy is, like, because, like, that's a whole person. They got a whole person going on. Like, there's just a whole person going on there. And I want to think that that's an actual philosophical viewpoint that I hold, but I'm not sure if I can say that it's that, or that is like a belief that I hold, or if it's a result of me just being like super people pleaser.
Well, I hope you climb the mountain of knowledge and find out this truth for yourself one day. But for now, I must bid you adieu. Goodbye now.
I gotta get executed from this channel, from this voice chat.
All right, time to die. Bye. Okay. And destruction they did receive. Oh, we got a new one. All right. I'll stop until I see a repeat. Here we go. Yeah. Welcome to the zone.
Hi, Gungeon.
What it is?
I wanted to add on to something that you had a conversation with someone a couple hours ago about how people can use the internet to rationalize any thought they may have that they don't want to share with others, or they use the internet for that.
Yeah.
I think I'm afraid of the amount of people who are just coming into the internet now and have easier access to things like that. I think it was harder before to find like-minded individuals to confirm your beliefs with, but now I think like Twitter and Instagram is way wider and way easier for people to get into.
So, God, that's interesting. Okay, so I gotta pause this again. What I find interesting about this is, so these people we talk about who can basically rationalize every shortcoming you have, where, it's like, oh, it's not that you're socially awkward or need to improve yourself, it's that everyone else is stupid except for you, and you know all the knowledge and they don't know the knowledge. They're the normies, you're the smart people, whatever. Like, apply that to literally anything. They've always existed. Like, way before this they existed, but what's funny is that, in the days before social media, they were just groups you'd see protesting outside about their issue, and TV shows would also portray, any group with any sort of cause as a fringe, sort of tiny, insignificant group of people. Essentially, in every TV show that you could ever see or on the news, the attitude about them was, pay them no mind. They're to be laughed at, right? The difference now is that, they are connected, as you say. Like, you have a connection with the whole world. And you don't need a lot of people to be convinced of how large or far-reaching or influential a group of people are. If you really think about it, you only need like 50 people, maybe 20. Like, if I was like, did I already talk about this on stream? If I did, then stop me. But I was talking to someone about this where I'm like, I could pretend that a movement exists called like the shitting your pants party, where we don't want to elect anyone president unless they've shit their pants. That way we know they have empathy for people who have shit their pants and know the pain of shitting their pants. If I've already done this dumb anecdote, then stop me.
Not that I've heard, but this is my first time tuning in.
I see. Well, the point of it is that really all I'd need is like 20 people to say, yeah, we don't want someone unless they shit their pants. Like, imagine if you went on Twitter and just 50 times in a row you're scrolling and message after message is, yeah, we want someone who shits their pants as the president, otherwise it's stupid. You might be able to convince yourself, wow, this is how everyone thinks? The world is so fucked up, man. This is incredible. you might be reviled by that, or you might attract someone who has been thinking the same way. And, you know, how many people do you have on Earth? Could someone Google that real quick? Fuck it. I'll Google it myself. How many people on Earth? Let's see. 7.753 billion. All right. We just need 50 of those people to say something stupid, and then you can think you have a whole epidemic of bullshit going on in your country. Or it becomes a feedback loop unto itself because of social pressures or perceived social pressures. You see 50 people out of 7 billion people saying some dumb shit, and you might convince yourself, oh yeah, well I guess that's the social climate now, and I better become a part of it. So then you start saying, yeah, I believe in this. I believe in the electing someone who shit themselves. And then that perpetuates itself. It creates the illusion of a lot of people with wild beliefs, when really it's kind of like a deck of cards situations. If you hold someone's feet to the fire, they don't actually believe it. You know, somewhere deep down, it's like, oh, I was just going along to get along, man.
Yeah, it's very easy to do that.
Yeah, that's why social media sucks, but, you know, I do think the greatest allure of social media is patching up your weaknesses, not becoming a better person, because you already are the best person. You figured it out. The peons are just tripping all over themselves trying to catch up to your intellect, but you and 50 others can, you know, just do nothing all day and supposedly laugh at the losers trying to figure it out, when really you're just kind of deeply unhappy. That's what that always kind of pisses me off a little, when I see fuckers who clearly don't have their lives together trying to look down on other people, and it's like, just good luck, man. You know, good luck with what's coming, because you're gonna need it. Like, I don't know, I'm not perfect. I got shit I gotta fix up, but like, I at least like the trajectory my life is going, you know? I don't have a lot, but I'm happy. But I look around, and I'm not even saying this to make fun of people. I like worry. I straight up worry when I see the state of play as far as socializing with people. When I saw those fucking dating apps, I'm just like, damn, these people are fucked, dude. Like, people are looking for true love and shit on this. Like, that's wild. People are talking about having influence as in, you know, being popular on social media. It's like, damn, you're really gonna be confused when nothing gets better for you. Like, you get everything off of Amazon. It's like, damn, we're gonna be confused when they own everything. I mean, they basically already do. Although we did get a union win, so, you know, hell yeah. But like,
So I guess that means it's already happening. I was more worried that just more and more waves of people will come into this sort of mentality. I guess I haven't seen it enough.
I think they will, but I'll also tell you this. I forget which famous philosopher it was. It might have been Aristotle, who was talking about the generation after his. And he said, surely this generation will be the final generation of humanity because of how lost they are. And we're still around. So even though I detest, you know, what they're doing, I imagine that something will happen that allows them to acclimate to their predicament. I don't think it'll be glamorous. I won't ever like it, but it'll probably work. Or it doesn't, and they're all just miserable, and they generate money for the super powerful until they die and their back gives out. I don't know. But yeah, don't LARP. White Dark Assault has it. Don't fucking LARP. But, you know, there's no way to draw that distinction, I think. I don't think anyone can tell if they're LARPing or not.
Well, I look forward to the horrors of the generation beyond this one. Thanks, Gungeon.
Word. I'll be right there with you to experience it all. Bye. Speaking of the horrors of this generation, this fucking game. This is a weird game. I'll go into the horrors. Let's take a look. Oh, this isn't horrifying at all. Alright, I'm gonna get a star. I'm gonna get a star and then I'm done. 22 stars? That's expert level. Look at that, my mind is free. Ugh. Look at that movement. Ooh! And he's up here. He's up there, and then bam! The easiest wall jump of my life. 2 pro, camera sucks, and I don't even care. Get me up there! No. Alright. Wall jump? It's easy. Jump off this stupid asshole who swoops in? Ugh! No, I don't care. Yeah, it's 2 pro. Easy. See, this is where I always fuck up. So I have to get up there. Oh, wait, no. What am I talking about? Too easy. What am I talking about? Too easy. I won a bet and beat someone in Schoolgirls, and now someone owes me $50 in Steam money? Hell yeah, bringing down the pot of gold, the treasure. That's what we like to see, making big money moves out here. Get up there, Luigi. You want that $50 money? You gotta get up there, Luigi. Give me this. Yeah. Wow. Easy. Oh, the star is gone. Don't worry, I'm sure there's another star. If I was another star, where would I be? It'd be up there. That's where it'd be. Or... what am I missing here? Oh, shit. Fuck you, Luigi. I need one more star. I'll just go back to the first level. I skipped over all the easy stars at the beginning of the game. Okay. Is this the beginning of the game? Yeah. Alright, I'll just go inside. Easy star, here I come. Penguin? And the star is as good as mine. Ah, the star. Star's as good as mine. Get the fuck down there. Star? Mine? Good as? I think so. Alright, buddy. Let's see that star. Let's see that star. Give me the fucking star I want. Give me the star. I wanna end the stream, so give me the damn star. Die, he says. You think I'm gonna fucking die? They're preying on my downfall. The only way I could die is if the game literally decided that I wasn't gonna get this star. Alright. 22 stars. And it was too easy to get. Alright. We talked a bit. I died. I'm alive. And now... now I'm just gonna take a nap. Just like Luigi. I'm out of here. I'll see you in another life. Bye.